It is now my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Brenda Ye. Professor Brenda Ye is the Raffles Professor of Social Sciences in the Department of Geography at the National University of Singapore and serves as a research leader of the Asian Migration Cluster at the Asia Research Institute of NUS. Her contribution to the study of migration and transnationalism has been recognized internationally. In 2021, she was awarded the Vautrin Lute Prize, one of the highest global honors in geography, for her outstanding achievement in the field. She has also been recognized in Singapore with the Public Service Medal in 2022 and Public Administration Medal in 2015, reflecting her remarkable academic leadership and public contributions. We are truly privileged to have such distinguished scholars with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Brenda Ye to deliver the keynote lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this invitation. It came as quite a shock when I was first invited because I said I did nothing on democracy and human rights, but then the students did manage to persuade me to think about my work and through that lens, and I thought it was a very useful exercise. And I'm also very glad to see many faces from the past and present here in the room. So, we all have moved on, I guess, and I'm sort of apologize if I don't recognize you immediately, but it's good to know that in this room we go back a long way, particularly for those of us interested in migration research. So for today, I'm going to, in a sense, focus on migrant domestic workers and the question of transnational food security in the Southeast Asian context, looking largely at Myanmarese or Burmese domestic workers in Singapore. How do I move this? Press. Okay, so 6 parts to what I want to focus on. I added a bit about Asia's temporary migration regime because I think it's important to think about the migration regime that we, in a sense, that operates in the context of Asia, because this can be quite different from other contexts like in the West. The focus could be quite different. So I won't go through the different segments, but just to maybe introduce the talk a little bit. It's a very wordy slide, but I realized that there is translation, so I thought better to be wordy than not wordy. So here we want to start with the context in looking at a migration regime that keeps migration temporary. So apart from a very narrow and privileged pathway for highly skilled migrants to gain residency and citizenship, most Asian receiving nation states, including Singapore and many other of the more advanced nation states, will rule out settlement, family reunification, long-term integration, and citizenship for the so-called less skilled migrants. So the majority of migrants in the Asia context move without necessarily thinking about a pathway to residency. So in such a regime, migrant rights, what we are kind of interested in today, are stratified by very hierarchically stratified the group that I'm going to be talking about, Southeast Asian women who migrate as domestic workers, basically belong to the very bottom rung of this particular skills hierarchy. And here they enter into conditions of work under what we might call very asymmetrical kind of relations of dependency. And this is produced by many factors. I'll just mention 3 of them. First of all, migrant domestic workers are able to move only because they enter into debt bondage. So there is a very important factor that their migration cost has to be paid for beforehand, and so they incur debt even before they start on the work. And they, in a sense, it's through a system of salary deduction that they pay off their debts. So indebtedness basically becomes an important condition of dependency. Second is devaluation, that domestic labor is often seen as unskilled work. It's not just unskilled work, but also women's work, and so highly devalued. And thirdly, they are also in a dependent condition because of exclusion from labor protections. And I'll go into that a little bit more. So this particular study, it looks at, uses the issue of food security in order to unpack these conditions of dependency. And the study focuses on what did I do wrong? Okay, so the study is based on our work with domestic workers from three national groups: Burmese, Indonesian, and Filipino domestic workers in Singapore. So that comprises about 60, 70 domestic workers that we interviewed. But for this particular presentation, I'm just going to be focusing on the Burmese workers for important reasons. So we, in the paper, uses food as care in order to examine how food practices reveal degrees of autonomy and unfreedom, and how food work that's done by the domestic workers can both reproduce as well as challenge asymmetrical dependency. So the paper focuses, of course, on control and the conditions of dependency, but we also want to look at how subservience also hides hidden violence. I mean, we talked about hidden transcripts earlier on, but here, in terms of hidden violence, the creative acts of, as well as the creative acts of non-compliance, adaptation, and self-empowerment around food. These also represent the strategic conduct within everyday lives that the women exhibit. So, as I mentioned, I wanted to say a little bit about Asia's temporary migration regime. So this is a regime that, in a sense, rules out settlement, family reunification, and long-term integration for less skilled migrants. It was developed in the era of, in the post-colonial era of nation states, because this is a system that minimizes challenges to the very fragile imaginary of the nation state. So Asia is a region where nation states are generally quite young. So post-colonial, post-war, and in the post-independence era, nation building was a fragile exercise. So migrants are therefore rendered as transient sojourners whose place in host society is to sell their labor, but make no claims on the receiving nation states. So no pathways to citizenship or residency. So, and as we all know, in Asia, citizenship is inherited and inscribed primarily through blood descent. And most Asian citizens, most Asian nation states do not have dual citizenship sort of rules. So most are mono-citizenship regimes. So in many of the countries in the region, including Singapore, there is a pathway towards naturalization, but this particular pathway favors and are often limited to those with either substantial economic capital or high levels of skills which are in demand. So if you are a specialist in AI today, you probably can get a job and a pathway to residency and permanent residency in Singapore quite easily. But if you're a domestic worker, a construction worker, a garbage collector, which is in the majority numbers, then this particular pathway does not exist for you. So again, a little bit of background, that's large-scale kind of international labor migration. from Southeast Asia largely began in the 1970s because of the oil boom in the Middle East. So that was when the Gulf states basically was constructing their economies, and that recruited large numbers of migrant labor from South and Southeast Asia. So the Asian workforce was preferred for a number of reasons, including migrants' acceptance of low wages and also their political neutrality that helps to safeguard the political interests of the oil-rich monarchies. So if you go to the Middle East today, I mean, a large proportion of the people in their states are also foreigners, right? Could be as high as 5% in the UAE, and very, very high percentages of migrants making up the population. So you'll see where Singapore stands in a while in terms of percentage of citizens versus non-citizens. But let me also add that the sending states, like the Philippines, were also complicit in marketing their citizens abroad as a development strategy. And Philippines and many other sending states have modeled themselves in the Philippines, often known as labor brokerage states. So, and there was a change in the 1980s. So I was talking about the 1970s when large-scale migration started to the Middle East. But by the 1980s, 1990s, there was a change in the migration patterns because intra-regional labor migration, meaning migration within Asia, increased in significance. I won't go through the numbers, but this was when from the late 80s to the 1990s, Asia basically grew, and there was a large demand for low-skilled and semi-skilled workers to fill the kinds of jobs that are socially devalued by citizens in construction, in care, in domestic work. So, and following from what I've said earlier on, the migration policies in these major destination countries tend to reflect the principles of transience, of differential inclusion, and ultimately non-integration. As they say, we want your labor, but not the people, right? So this kind of logics. So these low-wage migrant workers move primarily as units of labor without family and are often treated as permanently temporary. I mean, we always play with these words right there. There is a temporary permanency or permanent temporariness. So either way, it means a state of liminality and limbo. So, and as already mentioned, countries of origin also depend on remittances that are sent home by these temporary workers for development and to support families and so forth. So often known as the triple win policy in policy circles. It is supposed to, first of all, this kind of temporary migration where people go for a contract or two contracts and then return. First of all, it addresses the labor shortages whilst allowing destination countries to control borders. And the world, not just Asia, is very interested in temporary migration these days, and temporary migration is growing at least twice as fast as permanent migration, simply because many countries are aging and therefore labor short, right? So temporary migration allows a solution to labor shortages without totally dismantling the borders that nation states construct around themselves. For the sending countries or origin countries is, of course, relief from unemployment and rural decline, where jobs are scarce, and also a source of remittances for families. For the migrants themselves, a triple win is supposed to be for the sending state, the receiving state, and the migrant worker themselves. This, of course, generates remittances, but of course, they basically are the most marginalized of the triangle because they also face prolonged family separation, which could be for many years, children growing up without their parents, their mothers, precarious working conditions, and various degrees of unfreedom. So now we turn to Singapore, which in a sense exemplifies some of these broader principles of the temporary migration regime. So here, Singapore's migration policy is highly managed. So in Singapore, everything is highly managed to a very fine degree, calibrated to achieve industrial and technological upgrading and to secure the country's global city status and maintain competitiveness in the short run. So we have what is called a bifurcated labor immigration policy at the heart of this particular strategy, where highly skilled workers are paid globally competitive wages. So if you are, we don't call them migrant professors, right? So if you teach in my department is 50% foreign. So Singaporeans are a minority in my department, more than 50%. So if you're a highly skilled professor, then the wages that you can attract are globally competitive, right? I mean, good salaries, yeah. Probably better than most places except Hong Kong, maybe. So whereas at the other end of the spectrum, if you're a low-skilled worker, then you're paid miserly wages that are relative to the regional labor market. So I guess the policymakers have a very simple, it's just demand and supply, basically, that in a sense dictates the wages. So these low-skilled workers are on time-bound contracts, they're time-limited contracts, 1 year, 2 years, up to 2 years, usually renewable, but only if the employer wishes to renew. And these workers are frequently excluded or only partially incorporated in labor laws with minimal access to the full range of rights available to citizens. So what can these rights be? So, for example, what can the lack of rights be? Migrant workers are subject to medical surveillance and rendered easily deportable. So low-skilled migrants' socio-legal status really depends on employers and state calculations. So they are not permitted to marry permanent residents or Singaporeans or bring family members. And if you're female, then you'll be repatriated if found pregnant. So many people ask, how do they know that you're pregnant? So because there are medical surveillance every 6 months, you have to send the domestic worker to the doctor, and the check is, of course, for overall health, for TB, for all kinds of things, but also for pregnancy. So the idea is to keep the gate completely shut as far as so that the migrant workers do not gain a foothold in the nation state. So in that sense, migrants are kept in separate, structurally determined sectors of society and economy with few loopholes to gain permanent presence in Singapore. I mean, everybody who hears these spaces say, oh, so draconian. I have to say that in many countries, not many countries, well, Malaysia also shares more or less the same principles as Singapore. The only difference is that in Singapore, when there is a law or even a guideline, it's usually implemented with a lot of efficiency, so the implementation gap is very, very small. Whereas in Malaysia, could be the same sort of policies, but because there is usually a large implementation gap, you can, in a sense, slip through the cracks. In Singapore, it's very difficult to slip through the cracks. It is one country where I marvel at the statistics for illegal migration and overstayers. I think it's the only country where the numbers keep going down. Most countries, the illegal migration and overstayers go way up, but in Singapore, largely because we are so small, so easily managed, and so efficient in managing. So you see with a very, very through a very stark lens, the kinds of migration policy restrictions on low-skilled workers. So then coming to say a little bit about the migrant domestic workers that find employment in Singapore. Singapore, like many countries, including Korea, faces very serious demographic challenges, plunging fertility, ultra-low fertility. We are below 1 now. So, I mean, are you also below 1? Okay, we can shake hands. And rising life expectancy. Everybody's living to their 80s, 90s, and now 100 is not unusual anymore. So the population aging very, very rapidly. So there is a care crisis in the home because, first of all, the women were already encouraged Singapore women were encouraged to enter the labor force from the 70s when the migrant domestic worker scheme was introduced in order to plug labor shortages, right? So our men have to serve NS. You're also, right? For 2 years. Yours, how many years for the men? 1.5. Okay, so slightly better. I did interview a child that had a Korean father and a Singapore mother. And so he had to choose between serving NS in Singapore or serving NS in Korea. Yeah, he ultimately chose Singapore because he grew up in Singapore. But yeah, it was between a rock and a hard place. So anyway, I'm distracted. I was distracted because I was, in a sense, talking about the social reproductive crisis in the family that has to be plugged. So to cut a long story short, the easiest and cheapest way to plug the care deficit in the family is to import other women, not other men, of course, other women from the region as live-in migrant domestic workers. So all our domestic workers are live-in Singapore by policy. So 1 in 5 households will employ a migrant domestic worker, which means that everyone who's middle class and above would have a domestic worker. I just did a survey with my students a few days ago, and half the class were brought up by migrant domestic workers. So, yeah. So in terms of numbers, if you look at the chart, just to show you the overall figures, right? We have reached. What did I do? Cannot touch. Thank you. So if you look at the chart, we have reached 6 million. We're crossed 6 million. Okay. Do this pointer. Okay. So 6 million. No point where. So okay, never mind. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, 604 million. That's Singapore's total population. Singapore citizens is only 3.64 million, which means that it's about 60% of the people on the island are Singaporeans. And the PRs is like 10%, the permanent residents. I won't go into them. But the non-residents, strange term, right? Non-residents is 1.86 million, and that is about 30% of Singapore's population. And the vast majority would be low-skilled workers, although this also includes employment pass holders and so forth, which are the highly skilled workers. So we are not far from, still a bit far from like UAE, where the percentages of foreigners about in the 80-something percent, but we do have a substantial group of foreign workers or migrant workers in our midst. So in terms of the migrant domestic workers, that is about 15%, if you can see, 15% of the population, about 300,000 women from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Myanmar. So I'm told that, of course, Hong Kong and Taiwan, these economies also have migrant domestic workers, but I'm told that we are the only ones who have Burmese domestic workers. Okay, and there are, I guess, reasons for that, but I won't go into that for now. So the migrant domestic workers are governed under rather illiberal immigration citizenship regime of temporary migration. As mentioned already, regular medical surveillance, time-limited employment contracts, employer-sponsored work permit system, meaning that your renewal is dependent on the employer. So in that sense, they are, in the words of some scholars, de facto stateless in terms of access to state protection for their rights. So what is important is that the conditions of work very much depends on the employer-employee relationship in the household, in a context where there is a very asymmetrical balance of power and deepening dependencies. So employers who are, for example, responsible for the good behavior of their domestic workers, if the domestic workers runs away or commits a crime, the employer could risk the security bond that you have to place with the government for the privilege of employing a migrant domestic worker. There are also levy issues and so forth, but I won't go into that. So it generates all kinds of, shall we say, hidden transcripts around the lives of maids. So you are, as an employer, expected to know what your maid is up to on her off day, for example. You are given tips to manage her use of the phone. So some employers will keep the phone during the work day and only allow the domestic worker to have the phone at night, for example. The deployment of CCTV cameras around the house to watch what your domestic worker is up to, and so on and so forth. So it creates that kind of regime of control. To add to that, this is live-in domestic work, which has its own set of precarities. So very blurred boundaries between what is work and what is home. For a domestic worker, you live in your employer's home. So in that sense, your supposed home is the same as your workspace, right? There's no clear boundaries. Isolation is a major issue because you work in the privatized household. So if there's abuse, it tends to get unnoticed. So in some of the horrific abuse cases, usually it happens for months without people noticing or reporting. Restricted access to communication devices is spoken of, and language barriers. So I was kind of interested in Korea. To employ a worker, you definitely need to learn Korean, right? So that's like taken for granted. In Singapore, there's no language requirement. So in that sense, the bar is very low for anyone who wants to be a domestic worker can probably access a job without skills and without language. The good thing, I guess, is that Singapore is multilingual. So if you're Indonesian, then some segments of the Singapore society understand Malay. If you're Filipino, then English should be quite widely spoken and so forth. But there are definitely language issues that has to be thought of in thinking about live-in domestic work. And of course, status issues. These are lowly paid female foreigners, and this contributes to quite a bit of negative stereotyping. So all the highly skilled Filipino Indonesian women I know refuse to work in Singapore because they say they will always be, in a sense, mistaken to be a maid. So this kinds of what one scholar calls transnational shame also occurs. So in that sense, live-in domestic work becomes a site of multiple exploitations by gender, by class, by race, by nationality. And home is experienced by the migrant domestic workers as both a public space as well as a private space where the curtailment of their rights and forms of abuse are shielded from the public eye. So that's, in a sense, a description of the kinds of precarious conditions. So I know the story will get worse and worse before it gets a bit better, but in terms of the different nationalities amongst domestic workers, the Burmese domestic workers have the rawest deal, basically, because they are from a country that's suffering from multiple crises, from the military coup to economic instability and COVID-19 pandemic that that most of us do not want to remember, but that had a major effect on the Myanmar economy, and they haven't quite recovered from it yet. So, and all the studies show that people want to leave, right? Myanmar, I mean, that has been, so leave, if not permanently, then to find a source of work elsewhere. So there is a pool of, shall we say, inexpensive labor that is willing to, in a sense, migrate to Singapore to become domestic workers. So their English language proficiency is also not quite high, and that is a barrier against integration. And worse still, the Myanmar government only sets $450 as a minimum wage in 2014, and they haven't it hasn't gone up from that as well. To compare the Filipino domestic worker, the Philippines government sets it at $700 to $750. So you can see that there is a hierarchy even in terms of nationality. The Indonesians are paid somewhere in between. So this is like the lowest of the low, and so they become a pool of the underclass, shall we say, that's very easy to exploit in that sense. So in this study, we interview all three groups, and I'm just going to focus on the Burmese domestic workers for today. 24 of them participated in the study. They have worked in Singapore for a year, and the longest being 8 years. So we found them through personal contacts as well as frequenting their migrant gathering grounds. Those of you who know Singapore would know that Myanmar workers tend to gather around Peninsula Plaza. And we also sort of, in a sense, enlisted participants from NGOs that run causes for these workers. So, and the interviews were done in 2022, 2023, at the tail end of COVID-19. So many of the interviewees spoke about being personally afflicted by the civil unrest, the conflict, and the COVID situation in Burma. Okay, so a little bit more. About half of them were married. The rest were either divorced, widowed, or separated. They all had children because the study wanted to look at their relationships with their children as well. So all of them have left behind children, usually in the care of grandparents and occasionally fathers. And most of them have worked with one employer, although some have worked for as many as 4 employers. And they do the work that involves housing, housework, cooking, caring for the elderly, and the young children. So some might say all of it, in some cases all of it. So, right, I mean, so there's no, in a sense, segmentation of what domestic work means. It means everything that you can do, you do, basically. Sounds like women's work. So now I want to go into our findings around food security in domestic space. And this is organized in 3 themes. The first is to look at, okay, I'll go into the themes as we run through, but the basic idea here is to look at food as a means of care, but also a site of dependency and constraint, as well as a site for adaptation, agency, and care. So, let me just go into the first theme, which is about the adequacy of food provisioning, hidden hunger, and culturally inappropriate foods. So, as live-in domestic workers, food security for these workers is very closely tied to their marginal positionality as low-wage workers. And they are in a place that's very hard to reach by state protection. They are in an asymmetrically dependent relationship with their employers, and they're residing in the privatized sphere that's away from the public eye. So the state, and about 15 years ago, came up with this standardized advice on the provision of food to migrant domestic workers. And it is shown there, I dare not touch anymore, but it's you know, the healthy diet kind of thing. I mean, you must have half fruit and vegetables, 1/4 meat, and 1/4 rice or bread kind of thing. So this is standard advice. So the advice is that you must give your worker 3 meals a day. It must be a healthy meal. And like for lunch, it's 1 bowl of rice, 3/4 cup of cooked vegetables, palm-sized amount of meat and fruit. And the same for dinner. So the advice is also to be sensitive to the needs of the domestic worker, not to force her into eating things that she's not comfortable with, and to be aware that migrant domestic workers may also have religious issues and beliefs that they comply with, right? So if Indonesian domestic workers, many of them will be Muslims, so if you are not a Muslim household and employ an Indonesian domestic worker, then you have to, in a sense, respect her dietary requirements. Okay, so the state, after a while, provided this advice, but of course, because this is work in the privatized sphere, nobody knows whether this is followed or not. So in all our interviews with the workers, none of them mentioned this healthy diet diagram, this biopedagogical instruction did not feature in any of the interviews. So instead, we had about 10 of them reporting that they have experience. So 10 is the minority, but it's a substantial minority, reporting current or previous experiences with food insecurity in Singapore. So in the more extreme cases, this is really inadequate food. I mean, not enough food, particularly when they have to perform very strenuous work, right? I mean, in terms of domestic and care work. So as this says, not starving, but still hungry. Some do not have enough food. So I won't read you the quote, but Pandan says that after 8 months, she became sick and she had gastric, but she did not dare to report it because she was only given 1 cup of rice to cook for 3 persons, the employer, husband, and herself. Probably because the employees don't eat very much. They could be elderly, but a worker do need to eat, right? So she's not given very much, and she started vomiting, and then the employer got scared, she said. And what did the employer do? She bought the maid's air ticket and sent her home and didn't want her to transfer to a new employer because there are penalties if you are found to be, not treating your maid properly. So to avoid detection, the employer sent the maid home. And then later on, Pendant came back to Singapore, but this was a nasty experience that she had. Kind said that she collapsed once. So it's not just inadequate food, but low nutrition and cheap scraps. So as I said, some of the older employers are not aware that domestic workers do need the energy and the food that at the higher nutritional intake to perform their daily work. So some have experienced food insecurities in being given only cheaper food like coffee packets, Maggi mee, radishes, and leftovers from the employer's meals. So the irony is that they are instructed to serve balanced meals for the employers' children, but often given non-nutritional food that will not sustain them. So the issue to note is that they are confronted with this hidden hunger, but most of them said that they did not want to cause trouble with employers. So this is, in a sense, an indication of the kinds of asymmetrical dependent relationship with the employer, and instead they would choose to try to solve the problem themselves. So Kind said that I don't want to cause any problems, I'll be keeping quiet, I have my own money, so I just go out and buy something for myself. And she says that sometimes, even when I use my own money to buy food, they're like, the fridge is full, you can't put anything in there, so put it somewhere else. So in that sense, this is a very difficult issue to think about in a very rich nation state like Singapore. Yeah, so, there's, of course, as I mentioned, cultural and communicative disconnects because of habits, because of language. This is because Singaporean employers also are unfamiliar with the Burmese cuisine and did not understand their preferences. So some of them are not intentionally depriving the workers of food, but they do not provide food to the workers' liking. So again, I won't read you the quote, but Lei says that she prefers rice and don't like the Singapore-style noodles at all. Right? So, but her employer's family only likes noodles and porridge. So she doesn't, and they eat bread. She doesn't eat bread, so she doesn't get the rice she needs. What we found is that amongst the Burmese domestic workers, all of them will mention this constant, that they need, without rice, whether for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, they will not be full. So that came up consistently amongst our interviews. So in Yadana's case, she's hungry all the time because the employers only gave her bread and snacks, so which to her is not real food. So the paradox here is that they are feeding others, yet still hungry, and they are often told to serve up nutritional meals, keep an interesting menu, vary what you cook every day for the family. But for themselves, it could be a very different story. Okay, so that's hope. The lows will go. Now the story gets slightly better because, of course, the situation doesn't stay like this. Domestic workers are very capable of strategic conduct, self-care, and also we have to think about the sociality of food. So for most of them, they're interviewed. This food insecurity issue tends to be in the first 6 months or so, whilst they feel very powerless and are not able to voice their concerns. So it tends to ease with their time in Singapore, partly because both employer and domestic worker have generally adapted to each other's culinary practices. Some of them are beginning to voice their concerns. At the same time, securing adequate and appropriate food to sustain themselves requires sort of an investment in strategic conduct and self-care. And that is not always easy within the asymmetrical power relations within the household. So what we found is like workers like mine basically gained confidence in communicating their food concerns with time, and soon had sort of freedom in the kitchen. So the employers began to trust them with preparing the menu, and they can eat what they want. And sometimes also the grocery shopping becomes part of the degrees of freedom that they begin to earn. So as she says, for exactly 1 month, I didn't say anything. Only after a while, I brought the problem up, and the employer then allowed me to cook for myself. Okay, so it's in many cases there was a story of growing trust, because some of the Burmese domestic workers do develop positive relationships with their employers, and one went on to say that the employer, after understanding her concerns, would go out of the way to buy Myanmar food to show respect for her preferences. So accommodation did, in a sense, become part of the daily life for some of the workers. So Kine again says that during COVID, she was very proud of this. She said that during COVID, the long shadow of COVID, she was very well aware that she needed to practice self-care to remain healthy and strong, because it's not just earning food for herself, but she also needs to feed her family back home. So she would resort to all kinds of strategies, from traditional remedies to buying food from her own pocket in order to keep healthy. And because she couldn't depend on the family. She says that the family, they fed me thrice a day according to the rules. Even though it's thrice, it's not like they feed me till I'm full. And she went on to say that during COVID, because she knew how to practice self-care, the whole family went down like 10 pins, all had COVID, except her. So she was very proud of it. She says the entire household had it, but not me. I'm the only one who was uninfected. So the irony here is that the most powerless and economically precarious member of the household emerged the strongest member to uphold the welfare of the entire stricken household. And she saw that as a source of pride, because she did this through her own careful food work to defy both the disease and her employer's disregard. So, and another part of strategic conduct has to do with the sociality of food, because they, of course, have very few degrees of freedom to cook dishes from their own culinary repertoires in the employer's home. So they often turn to the networks amongst co-nationals to build commensality through food sharing practices. So they would, in a sense, on the off day, bring food that's home cooked. And as Yendra says, this food is clean, you know. Her friend is cooking the dish for me, it's clean. So this is good food, home cooked food that they can then share. And in sharing and in the intimacy of consuming these specially prepared dishes with her friends, there's also improvement in emotional well-being and a sense of support. So commensality represents this informal yet intentional form of self and community care away from the constraints and careless neglect that they experience in their employer's home. But of course, I have to say that this is only for domestic workers that have an off day. So up to about a dozen years ago, it was not mandated. So about a dozen years ago, the state finally mandated a day off per week for domestic workers. So they can have the off day, but as you'll see later, you could also trade in your off day for extra money. So it's not safeguarded in that sense. So if you forgo your off day for more money, then you will not be able to enjoy the kind of commensality around food with your peers. So this is the third argument that I want to make, which is to say that food security is not just a localized issue, it is also a transnational issue. So because for these domestic workers, their concern is not just for themselves, but also for the food security of their families left behind in the Philippines, in this case in Myanmar. So, and of course, Myanmar is under tremendous stress. So apart from the conflict and the violence, the economic volatility and the rising inflation has become a major issue. So there is, for these left behind families, a daily struggle for basic sustenance. So migrant domestic workers would rather face food insecurity themselves. They would spare no effort in remitting as much of their money and whatever they can spare to ensure their family in Myanmar have access to food and basic necessities. So in Hema's case, she's a sole breadwinner, like many of them, of not just her immediate family, but also the extended family back in Myanmar. And so her salary is a primary source of income and a form of transnational social protection for her family. So as I mentioned, some of them would give up their weekly day off in exchange for more salary, and they'll eat more frugally themselves in order to save the money to remit. So Hema gives us the whole calculation that apparently for a family of 5, the minimum per day to feed lunch and dinner is 8,000 kyat, which is $3 to $4 US. That is necessary, not just for basic food. She is also aware that her son needs to go to school, so the way you pack her lunchbox, his lunchbox is also very important. I think this is something that Koreans would identify with, or Japanese. We don't have lunchboxes in Singapore, but how you pack the lunchbox appearance to maintain the appearance in school that, no, he's not suffering is something that a mother is very concerned about. So she said that 8,000 kyat is the basic minimum that I have to send home to feed the family for one day, right? So, but of course, given the rising inflation, remittance value is being eroded all the time. So despite the continuous efforts to ensure food security for their left-behind families, they all spoke about how quickly the cost of living and inflationary prices eroded the monetary value of their remittances. So Pimala says, only on the day that I transfer money, maybe for that day only, they can cook meat, they can buy and cook meat. For the rest of the time, I remind them, you must go and stock up on rice, oil, dried fish, eggs, because the prices of emergencies, you can't buy the food, so you need to, in a sense, be very well prepared for that. So the struggles for basic nutrition was clear in some cases, and children's diets was the mother's main concern, because all these are mothers of young children. So, to be able to afford good food for their children is terribly important. So Pamela goes on to talk about how on some days there's nothing to eat but fermented fish mixture and rice. And her daughter is not picky, but she does want to eat meat and fish, and they cannot afford to cook that for her all the time. So maternal care from a distance is a primary concern, and they were all, in a sense, complaining about the stark reality of sharp price increases for snacks, for rice, and how difficult it is to continue to perform their roles as breadwinners, wives, mothers, daughters, and sisters from afar. So this, in a sense, is very important for these women because, remember, they are absent from the household. So this is the way that they perform their motherhood for their families back home. What we notice is that towards the tail end of COVID, when travel restrictions were raised, everybody, including all the professional migrants in Singapore, wanted to go home because you haven't seen your family for like 4 years and so forth. The only group that didn't want to go home were the domestic workers. They said that I don't want to go home because this is the only lifeline. If I go home and can't get back my job, this will be a threat to family food security. So many of them decided to stay and continue, in Singapore in order to be able to keep their jobs that's perceived as a family's only life. Yeah, okay. So coming to the conclusion, just wanted to first of all sum up, and then I wanted to say a little bit more about what's happening in the civil society space in terms of food rights. To summarize, the presentation basically looks at the everyday hidden food labors of migrant women who are tasked not just with cooking up meals for employers' tables, but also they migrate in order to ensure the food security of their families left behind. So food work, I hope you see this, that it is a site of competence, of dignity and self-worth, but it's also a site of dependency, precarity, and struggle. So the struggle is to help to reproduce a working self. You see that in many of their ideas about having enough energy to work, but also to upkeep the food security and health of left-behind children and family. So in this context, I just want to in a sense, conclude with not so negative a note. It is a condition of asymmetrical dependency for these women, but they do exhibit adaptive ability and strategic conduct within constraints of different degrees, right? So, and my final conclusion is to just share a little bit about civil society space, right? So, I don't do any work on democracy, so this is the minimum that I can do to connect to the democracy theme and human rights theme. So for these migrant women, there is an absence of effective mandatory state legislation and social protection against food insecurity. So in this space of absence is civil society that plays a key role in the struggle for food rights for these workers. So I have 4 boxes, and I just want to go through them quickly, and then I would love to hear what you have to say about, say, the Korean situation in terms of civil society action and reaction. So civil society has played a very important watchdog role in monitoring abuse and deficiency in state measures. In fact, if you remember that healthy diet diagram about half vegetables, quarter meat, and so forth, that was implemented after HOME, which is an NGO in Singapore for migrant workers. After HOME sent in a report that was published in the papers called Starved into Submission, that exposed the malnutrition and the food precarity of these workers, and that prompted the guidelines from the Ministry of Manpower. MOM is Ministry of Manpower, nothing to do with mother. So, second segment of action is the NGOs do quite a bit of independent research to try to back up their advocacy work. So there are many examples. I'll just take one example, which is TWC2, which is the NGO called Transient Workers Count 2. In 2023, they did a survey and did research on food quantity, dietary preferences, as well as accommodation, another issue that we haven't touched on. They found evidence of inadequate sort of attention to dietary preferences and, importantly, the workers' discomfort with voicing their hunger, right? So I forgot to mention that you can't see, but one of the domestic workers actually took a picture of the employer's dinner one night. So this is what she cooked for the employer. You can't see, but it's rice with quite a bit of meat and vegetables. This is one meal. Then she took a picture of her food that has to last her the whole week. It's one, container of rice and gravy that was supposed to last her 1 week. So based on, in this report, based on this kind of evidence, MOM did then issue that set of guidelines, which, as I said, is very difficult to implement in the private sphere. Okay, so I'm to here. So another set of work that NGOs promote is to try to raise awareness of international standards, like the ILO C189, which is on migrant domestic workers, that very few countries have agreed to, and also to advocate for different kind of arrangements, because in some ways, live-in arrangements will always be subject to abuse. So Home is calling for a live-out kind of arrangement for domestic workers, and that will also allow them better control of their food intake. So why did the state say no? It hasn't come to pass yet, and why does society basically not allow this? Top reason is it will definitely increase the costs, because accommodation is very expensive in Singapore. So, if you are paid only $450, you probably have to live on the streets. So it's got stuck there partly because of the cost reasons. But the reason that the state gives is also very interesting. They say that, well, if they live out, then the employer will have fewer means of knowing what their mates are up to. So that's another reason. And I just wanted to show this as well. This is CDE's, Center for Domestic Employers. This is not a NGO, it's a government-sponsored center. And they came up with a digital cookbook to facilitate cultural dialogues around food, apparently designed by both employers and domestic workers together. So menus that, in a sense, may be helpful in promoting more discussion about what do you like to eat, right? I mean, what are you comfortable with? Yeah. So these are the ways in which civil society space in Singapore, with its various restrictions, have, in a sense, invested in order to help to claim the right to have food rights. Okay, so I've tried to connect to your theme. So, and that's, I think, all I have to share for today. I just wanted to end by kind of introducing the research team on the food security project, all women. So that's currently working on the project. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
As we have a few minutes, would you like to take some questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Professor Young. I was really appreciated with your speech. First of all, my name is Dr. Young Cho. You can just call me Andrew, as I said before. And I'm really pleased to meet you again after 2019 in Leeds. And yeah, it's my really honor to meet you in Seoul again. So, when I was hearing about your speech, I was really interested to hear that your research is about this like food security of migrant workers, because in terms of those like certain topic, because I usually know about those like several Muslim laborers are forced to eat some like pork, especially from those Indonesia, Uzbekistan, who are living in Korea. They are forced to eat those food within company, but I haven't really thought about those food security of those like migrant workers in Singapore, so which was very interesting. So, I really want to ask that whether those like younger generation of Singapore did has those like migrant workers, especially for their food rights as well, because certain groups of like young aged in South Korea, especially aged from 20 to 30s, they do detest those like migrant workers based on prejudices or fake news. So I wonder whether there are any like similar cases in Singapore. Thank you.
So just to answer that quite quickly, the issue of religious rights, religious sort of beliefs, and for example, not eating pork, halal food, partly solved in Singapore because we are multi-religious. So there is more Singaporeans do know about Muslim dietary habits, and halal food is very easy, well, I wouldn't say easily, but available in Singapore. That doesn't mean that these kinds of abuses don't happen. I mean, I have the very nasty job of going through all the abuse cases in Singapore, and there are horrendous things that happen in there. But I would say that by and large, the question of forcing, say, Muslim domestic workers to eat pork, or Buddhist Myanmar workers, many of them are Buddhists, to eat beef, this has toned down quite a bit. So we don't hear of that very often nowadays, except, as I said, in these horrendous cases of abuse where they are forced as a way of punishing. But in many households, the Muslim domestic worker will still have to handle pork. You don't eat it, you can cook separately, but you still will have to handle it because that is part and parcel of the sort of dietary habits of the family. The second question about young people, whether they are more sort of aware of food rights. I mean, I haven't done research on that, but I would say generally from discussing with my students and all that, certainly a lot more appreciation for the work that domestic workers have to go through. As I said, partly also because many of them were brought up by migrant domestic workers. So if you have seen the award movie, Singapore's, is it one and only golden what? Not Golden Horse, some award that we won for a movie called Ilo Ilo. That in a sense reflects the younger generation's views. They do have, I think, a relationship with domestic workers that's different from their parents or their grandparents. So, and greater awareness of issues like rights and human rights in general. So it is, I would say, increasingly progressive scene, but every time I say that and I look at the newspapers and they report cases of maid abuse, then your heart sinks. So so quite uneven. I guess the big question to ask is there something structural that needs to change? right? Is this dependent on human compassion and human goodness? So it's luck of the draw, right? Whether you are employed by a family that's going to treat you very well or a family that's going to, in a sense, starve you of food. Should it be dependent on that? Should there be structural changes that could, in a sense, matter and make it a fairer playing field for everyone? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much for your important presentation. I was thinking, maybe it's a naive question, but I think you have talked about a little bit, is why these families treat in this way to these women, right? Mm-hmm. Why? Because it's very paradoxical. They make them to enter in their lives in very important aspects of their lives, but they are also treating them very badly. In Peru, this has a layer of racism.
Okay.
So I don't know if you found some kind of this in your study. Although the language break, as these women don't understand what the family is saying about them. Maybe they can capture this, but maybe they have seen these things in other ways. So racism could be an explanation, maybe.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. A really fantastic question, because there's certainly a level of that. I mean, not in terms of pure racism, I would say, but also racism cross-cut by class. So it's an intersectional kind of issue. These are women, from the less developed countries, the so-called less developed countries. They are not as modern, as sophisticated, as we are, not as educated. So unlike in Hong Kong and Taiwan, where, say, Filipino domestic workers are valued for their language because they are like English language tutor for the children, right? In Singapore, that's not the case. I mean, so there is this looking down on people from the less developed parts of the world. So it's racism, but also class, also to do with development and Singapore's place in the world. So so that definitely matters quite a bit. If you look at the abuse cases, I've gone through all the court cases over 10 years, and that's enough to so sometimes it's also to do, because these are live-in, they are the lowest of the low in the household, right? So if the family relationships are dysfunctional or there are problems, sometimes the maid becomes the one that you take it out on. I mean, I'm kind of always very shocked that in terms of abuse cases, women will abuse other women using usually domestic appliances, the hot iron, the pan, the what do you call that? The stick that you cook with, the spatula. No, not spatula. The whatever. I'm sorry, I don't cook. So I mean, yes. So so it's these kinds of things that is quite shocking, and so so I think there's a sense that when things go wrong and you need to take it out on somebody else, the domestic worker, and depriving her of food becomes like an easy way to find a victim. Yeah, so, but let me also say that it's not as bleak as that. Okay, so this is probably minority cases. One case is already shocking enough, but it's a minority cases. There are many cases where the domestic worker is a treasured cook in the house. No, I mean, she's been with the family, everything depends on her. And so there is a very different kind of dependent relationship, not as dark as the abuse cases, but also speaks to a different kind of dependency. Sorry. Yes. Yes.
I'm also doing the research on migration and government.
Ah, okay.
It's very interesting to me. And actually, I have one question. Actually, I have witnessed many the migrant domestic worker from the Myanmar. They are from the very lower level. Actually, in most cases, they used to work in Myanmar as a domestic worker before they go to Singapore.
Okay,
Every
yeah.
cases, but my question is, in most cases, the domestic workers in Myanmar, they don't have had a chance the commensality. How do I pronounce it?
The sociality around food, right? Together.
Commensality, commensality with their host. So it is meaning that they may not have chances to how to behave in front. I mean, to claim their right to have good food. Most cases, maybe Singapore has institutional issue to treat the domestic workers. However, we need to look at how we can change the behaviors of domestic workers from Myanmar. As they don't have any chances to claim their right in their own
Right,
countries,
right.
it also needs, I mean, that the domestic workers from the Myanmar need to be trained how to behave with their host family.
Okay. So this question of awareness of your rights and self-care and awareness of your rights, I mean, including issues to do with financial literacy and looking after yourself, I mean, are very important issues. What is, I think, the sort of sad story is that there is a pecking order and a race to the bottom. So in Singapore, the first wave of domestic workers, in the majority, are Filipinos. So, and they came, but the governments have now, in a sense, the Philippine government has learned to put in protective kind of mechanisms, insisting on a minimum wage, a day off, and so on and so forth. So Filipinos are now seen to be, streetwise and well protected. So the agencies, I mean, I forgot to say that these are, of course, brought in by brokers, all right? So I can talk a bit about that if you want. Then started recruiting Indonesian domestic workers, who again started off sort of not really knowing their rights and so forth. The government also didn't put in much care. But in recent years, the Indonesian government has also, in a sense, given more attention to Indonesian workers and tried to institute for their rights. Then, of course, what does the market do? Shift to source, and in this case is Burmese workers, domestic workers, who, as you say, come from very difficult circumstances and are not aware of what kinds of rights they might have, and worse still, their own government basically also want to benefit from their migration. So there's a recent missive from the Burmese government that all their remittances need to go through the state bank, and which means that it will be taxed to support the government. So this is hard-earned money. They now want the money to, in a sense, go through the banking system in order for the government to be able to take a cut. So everybody wants to benefit from it. So in the case of the Myanmese domestic workers, it's very hard to think about how the government is going to, in a sense, come up with protective policies for them. So they are, which is why I decided to focus on them, because they are, in a sense, in the most difficult place. Yeah. In Singapore, there are NGOs, church groups, mosques, and all that who do what they can in order to support these workers, but of course, that is partly also dependent on whether they are able to access these NGOs and religious spaces, right? And the minimum is to have a day off. So, which is why in Singapore, the first thing that the NGOs fought for was a mandatory day off, which doesn't solve all the problems, but created this space and time when they can, in a sense, access supportive resources.
As we're running out of the time, that will be the last question.
Oh, okay.
I know there's a lot of questions, but it's already 2:30 and it should be next session soon. So thank you very much, Professor Youngone.
I'll be happy to talk to you if there's a tea break. Yeah.
Yes, and thank you so much for sharing the insightful, valuable insight with us today. And we'd like to have a photograph session. So please come to the stage so we can take photo together. Thank you.
영호쌤 좀 더 앞으로 가세요. 민쌤, 저 이거 뒤에 배경 한 번만 바꿔. 이걸로 할까요?
We will now take a short 10-minute break before moving on to the second session of our symposium. So feel free to have some refreshments, and we kindly ask everyone to return promptly so we can begin the session on time.
And actually, before taking the break, I would like to make a brief announcement. The session to migration, there will be a Korean language presentation and also Korean language discussion. So for those who need like Korean and English interpretation, please take the receiver at the registration table in the front. Thank you.
And the discussion also. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. We will now begin the second session of our symposium, Migration. To let us through the session, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Minju Kang.
So very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So we will now begin our second session of today's symposium, which focuses on migration. So my name is Minjo Kang, and from the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Korea University, and I'm pleased to serve as a moderator for this session. In this session, we will hear 3 presentations that explore different aspects of migration in and around Southeast Asia, and each presenter will have about 20 minutes, followed by comments from our discussant, and finally, we will open the floor for questions and answers. So our first presentation is titled, In the Margins of Care, Indonesian Migrant Domestic Workers in East Asia. The presenter is Kamikara Yuono from Forum Asia. Please welcome Kamikara Yuono.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. My name is Kamikara Iwano. You can call me Cam. I'm a program associate at Forum Asia. As from the title, I'm not in the academy or research field. I'm working in advocacy and human rights. So maybe this paper was structured differently than the usual research paper because this is a background paper for backing the advocacy work that we're doing in our organization. So yeah, also doing a presentation cross-cutting after Professor Brenda Yo in the same topics will be like a huge burden, but I'm trying to get best through it. So the table examines the experience of Indonesian women migrant workers in East Asia, mainly in Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and China, mainly in China. The core argument is that their vulnerability is not accidental. It is structurally produced through intersecting forces such as gender, class, migration policy, and weak regional protectives, which in this case is from the Association of Southeast Asian Nation Framework, ASEAN. And I use a structural feminist lens to show how patriarchy and capitalism shape care work in general, leaving migrant women workers exposed to systemic violence across the entire migration cycle, which is from the beginning, which is recruitment, and then employment and return. Just an acknowledgement, I'm a cisgender queer man writing about the experience of women migrant domestic workers. I do not or cannot claim their lived experience. My approach is not to speak for them, but to analyze critically the structures that shape their exploitation and to stand in solidarity with their struggles. So I feel like this acknowledgement matters because research in general is not neutral. Our identities shape how we see, what we ask, how we interpret. I hope this contributes to amplifying women's voices and not substituting them. So in the background, we first ask who migrates where and why. So there's a push and pull factors happening here because many women came from rural areas of Indonesia, which Indonesia itself is 75% rural. And they are faced with limited education or job opportunities because a lot of opportunities are located in the urban areas. And rural areas provides more of like agricultural fisheries, and in a very patriarchal society, women tends to be the main care workers for their homes, and the men who go out to find monetary benefits for their family. So migration in this case becomes a survival strategy, and also a better way to provide for their families in general. So the corridors that is happening here, as I mentioned, is Indonesia to East Asia. is Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and more invisibly in China. These destinations rely heavily on migrant workers because they need to fill care and domestic labor shortages, as women in households in these countries tends to be also earners for their family. So their family are dual income earners. So men and women are both working and leaving their children or basically leaving their household with no one. And these women from Indonesia or other developing countries come and support them as the domestic workers. So that's the definition of domestic workers. The framework that I'm using here is the global care chain. This is a concept on how care responsibilities are being transferred across transnational borders. So from poorer to richer households, for example, the wealthier family in the destination country are empty because the women in their house are moving away from the house to work every day. So it creates an emptiness that needs to be filled by this women from domestic workers from Indonesia. But then this also leaves an emptiness in the family of the domestic workers itself, so in the origin country. So in the end, they rely on grandparents, extended family, or even could be other paid caregivers also. So why is this matters? Because it shows that migration is not just individual jobs, but also about it could restructure family structures and also gender roles across countries. And migrant women in general are filling the care deficit in the richer societies, but at expense of having a deficit also back home. And this creates layered hierarchy. So women in the global south, I hate that word personally, but women in the global south absorb the emotional and physical costs of the care. So the women in global north could stay in the labor market. And this structure is embedded in the chain itself. So migrant women's labor is undervalued because it's practically feminized. So they are doing these jobs because there has been like perspectives that domestic work are women's work. And so it's not something that you are skilled to do it, but it came naturally. And this is the perspectives that being perpetrated in this cycle continuously. And also states are seeing this in a remittance or economical way, but do very much little to regulate the rights-based part of it. And moving on, because I'm talking about the bigger framework in the regional framework, that is ASEAN. So ASEAN migration framework largely ignore the care chain that is happening, even though there are the 2007 declaration on the migrant workers and also an action plan after that. Despite all of these instruments that the ASEAN have, also Indonesia have, migrant domestic workers across East Asia continue to face wage theft, debt bondage, sexual violence, and exclusion from basic labor protection. So if the this, then why does the systemic exploitation persist? And here are some migration trends that are currently currently happening. The first one is the feminization continues. So migration streams remain heavily dominated by women going into domestic and caregiving roles. This doesn't, so as I mentioned earlier, this doesn't require a high training if going to infrastructure jobs or anything. So even after COVID, this is the biggest ways available for women in Indonesia to become a migrant workers, that is to do domestic jobs. And there is a persisting informality happening here. So licensed recruitment or agencies does actually exist, but informal brokers play a huge role beyond the licensed recruitment or agencies. So many women are recruited through personal networks or village brokers, which creates very inconsistent standards and higher risk for these women to know what their rights are, because again, they came from mostly uneducated. And the last one is the academic need. Because of these not knowing much risk and not knowing anything, women keeps migrating, and this is also because of the regulation that doesn't allow them to learn or make them learn so they could be more aware. These are just some examples that are happening throughout the countries that we talk to with the Indonesian migrant workers community within these countries. So Hong Kong, they have more than 150,000 Indonesian workers. This is not domestic migrant workers, but lots of them are domestic worker. So there is a legal wage and rest day, but weak enforcement. So even from our discussion with the domestic workers, even if there is a rest day, it's not really being enforced by the family, or even the workers themselves say they want to work in that day just because they are living inside of their house with the family. So it feels like they're obliged to still help them even on the rest day. And so many live in the employer's home, so there are constant surveillance for them, and termination without notice is common. So women can be dismissed or deported within days. There are some high-profile example case, that is Ariana in 2014, where she faced several abuse, and this has showed how physical violence, wage theft, and forced labor can go unchecked despite Hong Kong's strong rule of law. And the next one is Taiwan. 260,000 Indonesian workers, sorry, it's not domestic workers, 260,000 Indonesian workers, but most of them are domestic workers. And the conditions are migrant caregivers are excluded from Taiwan's standard labor law, meaning no legal protection for overtime or rest. And agencies and brokers, whether in Indonesia or outside in the Taiwan itself, usually they deduct wages or confiscate passports. So they are holding the passports of the domestic workers. And many workers provide 24 hours elder care effectively without breaks, so they're not allowed to rest. So in 2020, we documented cases of a lot of sexual violence against women workers, but persecutions are very rare because of the employer power usually there in the bigger level in companies or even in the governments, and workers are fearing for retaliation. So in South Korea, there is a system of EPS, employment permit system, that is very structured. You have to learn Korean and etc. But sometimes there are multiple cases where people can be domestic worker in South Korea without having EPS, or even they apply for something, but in reality, it's actually domestic work. So, for example, they apply to become workers in hotels, but eventually it's domestic work. So even with this system, it's a individual cases, but many Indonesians, we can say, entered the system as illegal. So without proper visas, after they got found out, they will be risking deportation if they report abuse. So if they face violations in their households, they don't want to come out because they don't want to lose their jobs. And in China, there's no official placement in the system, but it's pretty much individuals or based on who says references. So usually these are people who are ethnically Chinese. We found out a lot of people are ethnically Chinese and going to mainland China in other ways, in other visas, not for working visas, but instead in mainland China, they are working as domestic workers for the family there. Even they don't know the family, but sometimes they will just say, oh, it's a visiting family that's coming. So Even when violence is highly visible, migration continues because economic needs for these people outweighs the risk. Now we're talking about ASEAN frameworks and why this has caused these cases that are happening on the ground. So in ASEAN, there's the 2007 Declaration on Migrant Workers. First of all, this is a non-binding one. As usual, if it's an ASEAN declaration, ASEAN regulation, it's always non-binding because it's just laying out broad commitments to protect migrant workers, but no court, no enforcement mechanisms, and countries and states could just do what they want to do. And this is also imposed by the ASEAN way, that is consensus and non-interference. So again, no interference. So action plan for the migrant workers has been drafted but continuously stalled. Recently in 2025, earlier this year, Malaysia, we have action plan on migrant workers but doesn't specifically mention much about domestic workers. And no regional complaints body or sanctions. Some updates from 2025 is there is a care economy commitment in ASEAN Vision 2045. This was implemented by ICHR, ILO, and I think some parts are mentioned in the main ASEAN Vision 2045, which is the way that ASEAN wants to go in the next 20 years. So there is a shift towards recognizing unpaid or undervalued care work as part of the regional development strategy. And a lot of ILO projects, especially funded by Australian aid, are doing projects in ASEAN to do capacity building for migrant workers, especially those who are doing domestic works outside of ASEAN, so in East Asia per se. And in ASEAN Intercommission on Human Rights, ICHR, in July last month, there has been a discussion about integrating a business and human rights approach. So migration is a big part of it. So they're also trying to push migration not only from economic perspectives, but also rights-based. But again, since this still has no mechanism, and even though these advances happen, ASEAN lacks a regional complaints body. So whether a lot of cases happening, again, it could not be referred to the higher ups, and there is no way out other than building something on the ground. So why advocacy falls short? As someone working in advocacy, we realized that a lot of our ways are very stagnant. For example, in fragmented channels, in reporting channels, migrant women must navigate origin country ministries. So for example, in Indonesia, we have a ministry for migrant workers. So other than that, there is so many reporting channels that it requires virality or big news for these cases to be spotlighted or highlighted. And even NGOs who we're having a hard time documenting each cases because a lot of them are happening inside the household, and a lot of domestic workers are scared to speak out their voices and concerns. Cases are very much underreported or resolved just privately, meaning that this systemic problem has become, most of them, undocumented. And also agency dominance. The recruitment agency power plays a big part because they decide the recruitment, the placement, the wages, everything. So we can say there is a monopoly happening here by the recruitment agency. So advocacy or organizations are struggling to break through. Or even if it's not the case, even if they're not going to agencies, they're going to very private way, like references and stuffs, and it's very disorganized. So again, since it's hard to document, we are having a hard time to break through these channels. Also, there is a legal mismatch. Even where labor protections exist, domestic workers are often included. So going to the court is slow and very expensive and taking time and taking mental it's very risky for migrants who are going through this process that they might get deported and they might lose their jobs. And another last one is regional ceiling, where ASEAN norms are very weak. And even though civil society are organizing a lot to voice out our concerns against ASEAN, since basically the norms are there and the norms cannot do anything, we feel hopeless to do a lot of advocacy stuff in referring to ASEAN. So bringing back to the points here, so structural feminism argues that gender inequality is not just about individual attitudes or isolated cases of sexism. Instead, it is built from the very structure of our economy, also our laws, our systems. It shows that patriarchy and capitalism work together to undervalue and exploit women's labor, especially reproductive and care work. So 3 points in the feminist lens. So patriarchy exists. That's why domestic and care work are considered women's work. They're natural, unskilled, and private. The second one is capitalism, where wealthier economies externalize their care deficit to poorer women from the global south. And the third one is migration governance. ASEAN soft frameworks and bilateral agreements sustain these inequalities in general. So structural feminism matters because it helps us see that the abuse of the Indonesian migrant domestic workers is just not about bad employees or isolated cases. It is very systemic, and without this lens, we risk treating the case as exceptions when in fact they are just structures and rules and everything that has been happened throughout the history and cycle. And some of the recommendations, because again, not as a researcher, as a civil society, usually we do recommendations. So some cross-cutting structural points here, that migration governance in ASEAN remains instrumentalized for economic ends. So it reproduces hierarchies in gender, class, and citizenship rather than dismantling them. So at least for ASEAN, there has to be some shifting conversation on the norms and the discussion from economic and remittance-based into rights-based approach. And for civil society in general, we need to critique more about data invisibility, or in fact, we need to start doing people's-based data index or monitoring cases of these cases that are happening. And for Indonesia, again, we need to break the agency monopolies that are happening. So there needs to be diversification of agencies, and so we can hold them accountable. So that's basically the recommendation. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. I hope we can discuss more on the discussion and Q&A.
So thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Next, we will move on to our second presentation. This talk is titled Gender Migration Experiences, focusing on the Korean community in Indonesia. It will be delivered by Junyoung Park from Seoul National University. Please welcome Junyoung Park.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Junyoung Park from the Department of Geography, Seoul National University. Sorry, I'll present in Korean. 저는 한국어로 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 제 발표 제목은 젠더화된 이주 경험입니다. 그래서 이주를 결심하고 이주를 떠나는 과정도 젠더화되어 있지만 그 이후에 정착하고 또 생활하는 그 일상도 젠더적인 차이가 존재한다는 점을 설명하기 위해서 그 구분의 의미를 살려서 젠더화된 이주 경험이라고 제목을 붙였습니다. 제 연구의 대상은 인도네시아에 있는 한인 커뮤니티입니다. 제 발표는 화면과 같은 순서로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 연구 대상에 대해서 소개해 드리겠습니다. 그 인도네시아의 한인 사회는 현재 약 2만 명대 초반에서 중반 정도의 수준을 유지하고 있습니다. 이 정도 규모는 비록 차이는 크지만 이 동남아시아에서 베트남에 이어서 두 번째로 규모가 큰 한인 사회입니다. 이 비자 형태로 살펴보면은 이 학생 비자의 수는 매우 적고 대부분은 이제 취업 비자와 그리고 그 취업 비자와 연동된 가족 비자로 이주해 있는 그런 상황입니다. 이 제 연구는 젠더적 측면을 관찰하기 때문에 이 성별 비율을 보게 되면 이 남성이 여성에 비해서 약 6대 4의 비율로 더 많습니다. 하지만 이 6대 4 정도의 이 비율을 가지고 한인 사회가 젠더화되어 있다라고 설명하기에는 좀 무리가 있습니다. 그렇지만 이 구체적인 구성을 살펴보면은 한인 사회가 좀 젠더화된 측면이 드러납니다. 이 인도네시아의 한인 사회는 주로 2000년 이제 후반에 노동집약 산업으로 진출한 한인 기업들이 이제 대부분인데요. 그러니까 구체적으로 얘기하면 섬유 공장, 봉제 공장, 신발 공장 이런 이제 한인 기업들이 이전을 하고 그러면서 이제 한인들이 많이 이주를 했습니다. 그렇다 보니까 굉장히 동질성이 큰 집단이고 그리고 이 기업을 운영하는 사장님들은 이제 대부분 남성들입니다. 그리고 한인 사회의 그러니까 주요 한인 사회의 기관인 뭐 그 대사나 영사 그리고 한인회, 한인회장 그리고 주요 한인 단체라고 할 수 있는 뭐 체육회나 아니면 뭐 상공회의소 그리고 뭐 주요 관변 단체인 민주평통이나 자유총연맹 그리고 다른 종교 단체들 이런데 주요 이제 인사들은 대부분 남성입니다. 그리고 이 주요 위치에 있는 분들은 아까 말씀드린 큰 한국 공장의 사장님들이 이렇게 번갈아서 맡는 그런 경우가 많이 있습니다. 저는 이 여성 한인 이주 집단과 남성 한인 이주 집단을 구분해서 설명을 드리는데요. 먼저 그 여성 이주 집단의 경우는 제가 2020년도에 발표한 논문을 위해서 이 조사를 했습니다. 이 조사 대상은 인도네시아에서 일정 기간 이상 거주한 한인 여성들이고, 그리고 대부분은 이제 가족 이주로 이주를 했고, 이제 일부는 했습니다. 그리고 어떤 이제 한인분들은 좀 한인 사회와 좀 거리를 두고 생활하는 분들도 있는데, 제가 인터뷰한 분들은 한인 사회와 어느 정도 연결성을 유지하고 생활하는 분들입니다. 그리고 남성 이주 집단 같은 경우에는 이제 저와 비슷한 또래의 남성들이 이제 조사 대상이었습니다. 그러니까 20대 후반, 주로 이제 30대 초반의 남성들이고요. 그러니까 이 정도 연령이면 이제 사회생활은 그래도 몇 년은 회사에 취직해서 그 직장 생활을 몇 년 정도 한 대상입니다. 저는 인도네시아에 2010년대 후반에 약 5년 정도 거주를 했었는데요. 그래서 그때 당시 제 경험도 이제 포함됐다는 점에서 이 자문화 기술지적 접근도 있고, 그리고 제가 주로 사용한 조사 방법은 이 인도네시아 한인 사회에는 여러 온라인 커뮤니티가 있는데, 그 중에서 젊은 한인 남성들이 주로 사용하는 온라인 커뮤니티가 있습니다. 그래서 그 커뮤니티에 올라온 게시글들을 담론하는 조사 방식을 활용했습니다. 제 연구 결과를 설명하기 위해서 활용한 두 가지 주요 개념을 간략하게 소개해 드리겠습니다. 이 모빌리티는 잘 아시는 바와 같이 이 모바일과 어빌리티가 합성된 단어로 이 직역하자면 이동할 수 있는 능력을 의미합니다. 이 모빌리티는 우리가 일상적으로는 주로 기술적인 의미로 많이 사용을 하는데요. 예를 들면 뭐 스마트 모빌리티 기술 이런 표현들 많이 들어보셨을 것 같습니다. 그렇지만 이제 사회과학에서는 이 모빌리티를 좀 비판적인 관점에서 논의를 하는데요. 이 이동할 수 있는 능력은 단순히 기술적인 문제가 아니라 특정 집단에게는 차등적으로 주어지고, 그리고 이동할 수 있는 능력은 다른 기회나 다른 네트워크에 접근할 수 있는 기회에 이어진다는 점에서 일종의 자본과 같이 여겨집니다. 그래서 이 모빌리티를 통해서 다양한 사회과학적 현상을 설명할 수 있다는 점에서 2000년대 후반에는 모빌리티 전환이 제기되기도 했습니다. 네, 그래서 이 연구에서는 특정 이주 집단에게 나타나는 차별적 모빌리티를 살펴 이들의 이주 일상에 어떤 영향을 미치는지, 그리고 그 과정에서 침해받는 권리와 이를 극복하기 위한 실천에 대해서 논의하고자 합니다. 다음으로는 이 문화 제국주의입니다. 문화 제국주의도 이제 잘 아시는 개념일 텐데요. 간략하게 설명하자면 한 국가나 문화가 특히 경제적, 정치적으로 힘이 강한 국가가 자신의 문화를 다른 국가나 문화의 강한 영향력으로 전파하는 현상을 말합니다. 하지만 단순히 이 현상은 문화적 소비나 문화 교류를 의미하는 것이 아니라 일방적인 지배와 동화를 통해 피지배 문화의 정체성과 다양성을 위협할 수 있다는 점에서 문제로 지적됩니다. 그래서 이 연구에서는 이 문화 제국주의 개념을 확장해서 이 문화적, 산업적 우위를 가진 특정 국가의 구성원이 그런 우위를 자신의 것으로 내재화해서 다른 국가나 다른 문화와 사람을 대상화하고 또 혐오하는 상황을 문화 제국주의적 현상 또는 태도로 분석하고자 합니다. 네, 이제 이어서 연구 결과를 설명드리겠습니다. 차례로 한인 여성 집단과 한인 남성 집단의 이주 경험을 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 한인 여성 이주 집단인데요. 이 한인 여성들은 인도네시아 자카르타에서 모빌리티 차별을 경험하고 있습니다. 이 한인 여성들이 경험하는 모빌리티의 제한은 저는 이 기술적 모빌리티의 제한과 그리고 사회적 모빌리티의 제한 이렇게 구분을 했습니다. 먼저 이 물리적, 기술적 모빌리티의 제한은 말 그대로 이동 수단이 부족해서 이동하지 못하는 상황을 의미합니다. 인도네시아 자카르타는 이 교통체증이 굉장히 심한 도시이고 안전하고 또 신뢰할 수 있는, 특히 이제 이주 여성들이 쉽게 이용할 수 있는 공식적 대중교통 수단이 잘 갖춰지지 않은 상태입니다. 그렇다 보니까 자카르타의 시민들, 특히 이제 이주자들의 경우에는 자가용을 통한 이동에 많이 의존하고 있는데요. 이 한인 가정에서는 일반적으로 2대의 차를 운용합니다. 그래서 이 차를 주로 회사차, 한 대는 회사차라고 부르고 한 대는 이제 집차. 그래서 이제 컴퍼니카, 패밀리카 이렇게 부르는데 이 표현에서 유추할 수 있듯이 이 회사차는 주로 남편의 통근을 위해서 사용하는 차량이고요. 이 집차, 가족차의 경우에는 다른 가족 구성원들의 이동 필요를 위해서 사용을 하지만 주로 이제 자녀들의 통학, 그리고 이제 학교 끝나면 또 이제 학원에 가야 되니까 그런 때 이제 주로 사용하고, 그러다 보니까 엄마이자 아내인 한인 여성들은 이 집차를 이용하는 것에서도 우선순위가 이 후순위에 위치하고 있는 그런 상황입니다. 이런 상황으로 인해서 여성들은 쉽게 이동을 하지 못하는데요. 이런 물리적 모빌리티 제한에 더해서 사회적 모빌리티의 제한도 존재합니다. 이것은 주요 한인 커뮤니티에서 여성들이 참석하는 것, 특히 여성이 혼자서 참석하는 것에 대해서 불편한 시각과 분위기가 존재하는 것을 의미합니다. 모습 예를 들면 한인 여성들이 혼자서 특히 대중교통, 택시를 이용해서 그 한인회 모임이나 주요 모임에 참석하면은 쉽게 받게 되는 질문이 남편은 어디 가고 혼자 참석했냐, 혹은 이제 택시 타고 혼자 이동하는 거 무섭지 않아? 위험하지 않아? 이제 이런 질문을 받는데 이제 걱정하는 것처럼 보이지만 사실 거기에 그 질문을 받은 이제 한인 여성들은 내가 여기서 그 환영받지 못하는 대상이라는 것을 이제 느낄 수 있게 하는 그런 질문입니다. 그리고 그 모임에 참석한 경우에도 여성들은 이제 좀 부수적인 역할들을 부여받는 많이 있습니다. 그래서 제가 인터뷰 답변에서도 이런 상황이 잘 드러나고 있습니다. 그래서 이 인터뷰 답변을 통해서 추가적으로 한 가지 설명드릴 내용은 이 최근에 꽤 시간이 됐지만 그 자카르타에서는 이 플랫폼 모빌리티 서비스, 우버와 같은 서비스, 인도네시아에서는 이제 그랩이나 고카 이런 서비스들인데요. 이런 서비스가 이 도시의 모빌리티를 많이 개선하고 있습니다. 하지만 이런 서비스가 여성의 이동의 상황을 쉽게 개선은 못하고 있는데요. 왜냐하면 거기에 자기 계정을 만들려면 자기 이름을 등록해야 되고 자기 주소지가 드러나고 그리고 또 이제 주로 남성들인 이 운전 기사들과 이제 또 인도네시아어로 의사소통하는 게 쉽지 않기 때문에 이런 서비스도 여성들의 모빌리티를 개선하지 못하고 있습니다. 이처럼 여성들이 모빌리티의 제한을 겪고 있는 상황에 대한 대응은 주로 소극적인 방식의 대응이 있습니다. 이 한인 여성들은 이 자신이 쉽게 이동하지 못하는 상황을 문제적으로 인식을 하지 않는 경우도 많습니다. 왜냐하면 이 주요 원인이 자신이 어머니이자 아내이기 때문에 겪는 문제이기 때문에 이것을 적극적으로 극복하려 하기보다는 자신이 받아들여야 될 책임감으로 인식합니다. 그렇지만 이런 상황에서 이동을 해야 될 경우에는 이 소극적인 방식으로 대응을 하는데, 예를 들면 보다 쉽게 이동할 수 있는 다른 동료 여성들과 카풀링을 한다든지, 아니면 아까 소개해드린 고잭이나 고카 같은 서비스를 용기 내서 이용해 본다든지 하는 방식의 소극적인 대응을 하고, 아주 일부의 경우에는 좀 적극적인 대응을 하기도 하는데요. 예를 들어 한인회 모임에서 겪었던 어떤 성차별적인 발언들을 한국의 외교부에 이제 신고한다든지 하는 그런 케이스도 있었지만, 이건 아주 드문 경우이고 그 대부분은 이제 소극적인 방식으로 대응을 하고 있습니다. 네, 이어서 이제 한인 남성들의 이주 경험에 대해서 소개해드리겠습니다. 이를 위해서 약간의 배경 설명이 필요한데요. 인도네시아는 지역별 차등 최저임금제를 실시하고 있습니다. 최근에는 이 인도네시아의 수도 이제 이전을 하고 있지만 그 정치, 경제, 문화적으로 여전히 중심지인 이 자카르타 주변의 수도권의 임금이 굉장히 가파르게 상승을 했습니다. 그러면서 과거에는 이 수도권 지역에 위치했던 한인 사업체들이 점점 비수도권 지역으로, 심지어 농촌 지역으로 이전을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 과거에는 한인 남성들이 한인 기업에 취직을 하면, 특히 이제 한인 공장에 취직을 하면 그래도 수도권 지역에 위치해서 주말에는 자카르타에서 여가 생활을 할 수 있는 정도의 생활을 할 수가 있었는데, 이제는 그런 생활이 점점 어려워지게 됩니다. 특히 이 비수도권 지역에서 일할 때는 주로 도미토리에서 생활을 하는데, 그 도미토리에서는 그 직장 상사들과 함께 생활을 해야 되기 때문에 하루 종일 직장 상사들과 함께 이제 생활을 하는 거죠. 그래서 이런 방식의 생활은 한인 남성들이, 특히 20대에서 30대의 남성들이 기대하는 이 문화 그 기대와 수요를 충족시키지 못하는 그런 일상으로 이해할 수 있습니다. 한인 남성들은 이런 상황을 굉장히 문제적으로 인식을 하고 적극적으로 대응을 하고 있는데요. 그 중에 한 가지 방식으로 이 온라인 커뮤니티 활동을 하는 것입니다. 근데 커뮤니티에 자신의 상황을 공유하고 또 서로 위로받고 이러기만 한다면 큰 문제가 되진 않겠지만, 여기가 이제 익명 게시판이기 때문에 자신들의 어려운 상황의 원인을 인도네시아의 성으로 인식을 하고, 그런 인식을 좀 솔직한, 그러니까 좀 여과 없이 표현하면서 인도네시아를 여러 가지 방식으로 비하하는 표현을 사용합니다. 그리고 더 심각한 문제가 되는 것은 이 한인 남성들 그 성매매를 하는 경우가 있는데요. 이거는 물론 이 연령대의 남성들이 처음 시작한 행동은 아니고 이제 보고 배운 겁니다. 그 위의 세대로부터. 그렇지만 그 성매매를 하고 난 경험들을 이 온라인 커뮤니티에 올리기 시작했는데, 이제 그런 방식이 그 성매매를 통해서 만난 인도네시아 여성들을 비하하는 방식으로 표현되기도 하면서 큰 문제가 됐습니다. 특히 이제 최근에 인도네시아에서는 한국어를 잘하는 분들이 굉장히 많아지고 있거든요. 그래서 그런 그 온라인 그 사용자들이 이 커뮤니티를 발견하고 그걸 인도네시아로 번역해서 소셜 미디어에 올리고 큰 화제가 돼서 인도네시아 언론에 보도가 되기도 했습니다. 그리고 일부 이슬람 단체에서는 이런 현상을 문제로 지적하면서 한국 문화 소비에 대한 보이콧 운동 같은 것을 전개하기도 했습니다. 네, 이상으로 그 논의한 바와 같이 한인 이주 여성과 남성 집단들은 모두 이주 경험에서 저마다의 그 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 이 같은 어려움을 우리 심포지엄의 주제인 권리의 측면에서도 해석할 수 있습니다. 먼저 여성 이주 집단은 이 자유롭게 이동하고 또 주요 네트워크 자본에 접근할 권리가 침해되고 있습니다. 이 문제는 구조적인 문제이자 오랫동안 누적된 문제입니다. 하지만 여성 집단은 이 상황을 극복해야 할 문제라기보다 받아들이거나 소극적으로 대응하는 경우가 많습니다. 그렇다 보니 이 여성들이 침해받고 있는 권리의 회복은 여전히 어려운 상황입니다. 반면 남성 이주 집단은 자신들의 문화적 기대를 충족할 권리가 침해되고 있습니다. 이 문제는 비교적 최근에 발생한 경제적 산업적 변화로 인해서 발생한 문제입니다. 이 남성들은 이에 대해 적극적으로 대응했지만 그 방식은 다른 집단에 피해를 주는 방식이었고 또 더 나아가서는 자신들의 상황도 개선하지 못하고 있습니다. 이주 현상과 집단을 다룬 사례 연구는 권리의 틀에서 자주 논의가 됩니다. 특히 특정 이주 집단의 권리는 너무나 쉽게 침해되는 취약한 상황에 놓여 있습니다. 그래서 관련 연구들은 주어지는 권리, 특히 국가로부터 부여되는 권리에 의존하기보다 침해받은 권리를 적극적으로 회복하는 실천, 즉 권리를 가질 권리를 강조합니다. 저 역시 이 같은 주장에 동의하면서 동시에 저는 이런 논의가 보다 구체화될 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 제 연구 사례에서 여성들은 권리를 침해당했지만 대응하기 어려웠습니다. 그래서 권리를 가질 권리 논의에서는 해당 이주 집단의 역량도 함께 고려돼야 합니다. 또한 남성 집단의 경우 권리를 가질 권리에 대한 강한 의지와 적극적인 실천이 있었지만 그 방식과 결과는 적절하지 않았습니다. 따라서 단순히 권리를 가질 권리에 대한 의도만 평가할 것이 아니라 실천의 방식과 결과를 윤리적으로 평가하는 관점도 필요합니다. 이처럼 구체적인 사례를 바탕으로 진행된 심층적 논의는 이주자의 권리를 가질 권리 담론을 확장하는 데 기여할 수 있을 것이라 기대합니다. 네, 제가 뭐 좀 정책적 그 함의도 좀 작성해 왔는데 시간 관계상 이 점은 생략하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
So thank you very much, Young, for your insightful presentation. And our final presentation in this session is titled Vietnamese Buddhist Temple as a Religious Enclave in Korea, Belonging, Social Integration, and Complementary Protection to Institutional Coverage. I'll now be presenting this paper myself. So good afternoon once again. I'm Minju Kang from Korea University, and today I'll be presenting under the title Vietnamese Buddhist Temple as a Religious Enclave in Korea. So Youngone Temple, a Vietnamese Buddhist temple in Cheonan, South Korea, is far more than a site of worship. In Vietnam, the temples traditionally function as a cultural community centers, and Youngone Temple has come to play a similar role for Vietnamese migrants in Korea. So this raises a crucial questions. Under what conditions does such enclave become possible, and how does it reconfigure migrants' right to have rights? So the inquiry is grounded in the fieldwork at Youngone Temple, including the interviews with its abbot, Thich Tan, and participant observation. So Youngone Temple can be understood as a transnational religious space that took shape in response to institutional blind spots. So transnational religious placemaking refers to migrants creating physical or virtual places to forge a collective identity attached to both homeland and the hostland. In other words, the religion enables migrants to sustain membership in multiple societies at once. The abbot of the Youngone Temple, Thich Tan, began his religious outreach in Korea in 2015, recognizing that the Vietnamese Buddhists in this country lacked both an organizational base for their religious activities and also broader community support. So together with other monks and other dedicated lay members, he established Youngone Temple in 2019, later contributing to founding of the sister temple in Yangsan, Youngone Temple, and then currently in the process of founding another one in Gwangju, and its name will be Gatdong Temple. So beyond these physical temples, a network of Dao Chang Bienwo, which is local lay Buddhist associations, has also been formed nationwide, creating an organizational base for Vietnamese Buddhist migrants across Korea, even in the areas without a formal temple presence. So this expansion underscores how the temple's development is not isolated, but connects migrants across across regions and back to Vietnam through religious and social ties. So indeed, migrants' religious placemaking is a transnational territorialization, linking the departure and destination societies, allowing the newcomers to maintain spiritual links with home while adapting to the host society. So Youngone Temple has emerged as what I call a form of parallel social infrastructure, which is an unofficial, community-driven support system that fills the blind spots left by Korea's migration governance. So why did this structure emerge? Korea's official multicultural policies and welfare programs, while expanding, have left institutional blind spots, especially for non-settled migrants who fall outside of the marriage or labor schemes. So Youngone Temple arose to fill these gaps. It complements but does not compete with the state system, standing alongside official programs to quietly catch those who slip through the cracks. So here I use the term parallel social infrastructure to capture the idea of Youngone Temple being a community-based safety net that provides complementary protection where the state's coverage is incomplete. So the temple's emergence was pretty inevitable given the structural limitations of Korea's migration governance. So it's a pragmatic response by the migrant community to ensure their own well-being and also their belonging. So Youngone Temple's roles can be analyzed on three interconnected levels. First, belonging, and second, social integration, and lastly, complementary protection to institutional coverage. So the first, the temple provides a very strong sense of belonging for Vietnamese immigrants within their community. On weekends, they flock to Youngone Temple to speak their language, eat familiar food, and on Vietnamese holidays, celebrate cultural or religious festivals, and simply to just feel at home. So visitors come seeking emotional comfort, information exchange, and social networks. So in short, a surrogate family and hometown in a foreign land. So this communal atmosphere helps alleviate the isolation and stress of the migrant life. So also notably, the space is very inclusive. Even Vietnamese Christians and non-Buddhist people attend the temple gatherings, joining the meals, and sometimes making the sign of the cross after the Buddhist prayers. So in this way, Youngone Temple functions as a broad religious enclave of the Vietnamese in Korea, open to all who share a cultural background and thereby needing a diverse migrant population into a supportive community. And second, Youngone Temple serves as a bridge for social integration, linking the Vietnamese enclave with the Korean society. While firmly rooted in Vietnamese culture, the temple functions as a critical intermediary that connects migrants with local institutions and communities, fostering mutual understanding and smoother integration. So this is achieved primarily through educational initiatives and practical support such as basic administrative guidance and inclusive community outreach that both invites Vietnamese and Korean participants. For example, its Multicultural Youth Center runs bilingual education programs, cultural workshops, and summer camps for the children of mixed Vietnamese and Korean families. So these programs help second generation of the youth maintain Vietnamese heritage while integrating into Korean society, aligning with the broader multicultural goals. So the youth from the center also participate in local cultural events and performances, showcasing Vietnamese culture to the broader public. So such initiatives create touch points of interaction between the Vietnamese community and Korean neighbors. More than just mere community activities, they can be seen as a process that reconstruct cultural and educational rights into lived and enforceable realities. In this way, access to language preservation, heritage education, and intercultural participation is secured at the community level beyond the scope of the state provision. So in effect, the temple complex operates as a boundary space, neither wholly within the migrant enclave nor the mainstream, but at the intersection. In this liminal position, Youngone Temple mediates norms and expectations. It encourages migrants to adapt while also gently pushing the host society to accommodate cultural diversity. And this dual positioning aligns with the observations in diaspora studies that migrant religious spaces simultaneously serve as a cultural refuge and interaction portals. And third, and most critically, Youngone Temple provides a complementary protection to institutional coverage. So this function addresses the institutional blind spots or safety net gaps that many migrants face in Korea. Over time, the temple has spawned two affiliated centers, Vietnam Welfare Center and Multicultural Youth Center. These were established because after arriving in Korea and engaging with the community, it became very clear that the problems arose on a daily basis within the Vietnamese migrant population, issues that extended far beyond the purely religious needs. So the Welfare Center primarily serves migrants, workers, and individuals in crisis. It operates as a small-scale shelter. So at any given time, Vietnamese migrant workers who have lost their job and thus housing are provided the free lodging and meals. And the center also takes in Vietnamese international students who experienced unexpected pregnancies with no support. Also, migrants suffering from depression or mental health struggles, and Vietnamese married migrant women fleeing domestic conflicts. So these compassion-driven services reflect how Vietnam Temple functions as a de facto welfare provider. The temple community mobilizes donations and volunteer labor to assist those whom official channels underserve. In doing so, it embodies Buddhist compassion practices applied to social care, thereby translating the spiritual values into concrete welfare. Importantly, this community-based welfare provision through an informal network does not seek to replace the state's role, but to complement it. So in practice, Vietnam Temple guarantees a minimum level of security and dignity for migrants, even when formal rights or services are lacking. So central to Vietnam Temple's role as a community hub is the collective leadership of its monastic community. So together, they serve as a traditional spiritual leaders with a modern outreach approach and also as the institutional architects within this transnational network. In many ways, the monks collectively embody the temple's dual identity. On one hand, they are devout Buddhist practitioners, rigorously adhering to traditional religious practices and moral discipline. However, on the other, they are effectively community organizers, being the focal points or the senior migrant figures who act as informal counselors for Vietnamese Buddhist migrants. So this dual role or layered identity enables them to navigate between the spiritual and temporal realms. So while the monks maintain a personal commitment to traditional Buddhist practice in their own monastic lives, they adopt a contemporary and informal methods when engaging with the Vietnamese migrant community. Outreach often takes place not only in the temple hall, but in everyday spaces, like tending the temple's vegetable garden alongside lay members, and joining Vietnamese community sports events, or conversing with migrants during festivals. Through these activities, they offer guidance, listen to concerns, and build trust. So for them, holding firmly to tradition in personal practice while embracing modern approaches in community engagement allows the temple to remain both authentic and responsive to the realities of the migrant life in Korea. So this adaptability keeps the temple very relevant and also very accessible. And as the institutional architects, the abbot and other monks have been the driving force behind the new initiatives. They have collectively built a parallel institutional ecosystem, and a crucial factor enabling this success is its insider-led structure. The monk and other core organizers are Vietnamese nationals who share the lived experiences of the migrants they serve, giving them intimate and nuanced knowledge of challenges. So this insider perspective fosters trust and openness in counseling and support, while allowing the precise identification of the needs. So by strategically tailoring the programs to the community's demographic realities, including age, gender, or socioeconomic background, they have mobilized collective buy-in and volunteerism in the absence of formal state backing. Yet the structural constraints weigh heavily on the monks themselves. As foreign nationals in Korea, visa precarity is a constant challenge. They remain on religious worker visas that must be renewed every 2 years, preventing the long-term security. Despite living in Korea for over a decade and spearheading an essential community institution, they cannot obtain permanent residency or citizenship under current rules. So this limits their ability to make long-range plans and leaves the temple very vulnerable to any change in their legal status. So their situation exemplifies how migrant community leaders, even when deeply embedded in local society, often operate in a gray zone of legality and recognition. So while Youngone Temple has steadily developed a resilient and community-driven network itself, it faces a significant structural limitations that highlight the uneasy fit of such religious enclaves within existing systems. One major issue is the legal and bureaucratic barriers, so the temple's religious status has disqualified it from certain public funding or support programs that explicitly exclude faith-based. Another limitation is funding. The temple's welfare work depends on small donations and occasional gifts, making programs like the shelter or education and other camps vulnerable and difficult to sustain. So human resources are also very limited. Perhaps the most fundamental structural challenge is the issue of recognition, both social and political. Migrant religious enclaves exist somewhat outside the purview of the mainstream institutions. So while they provide vital services, they are not formally integrated into nationwide welfare system. So this means their contributions can be overlooked, and they receive little governmental support or acknowledgement. In Korea, the multicultural policy has primarily focusing on assimilating migrants into Korean life, but a migrant-run Buddhist temple offering shelter and counseling does not neatly fit into these frameworks. In some cases, there may be even skepticism or concern from the local society, fearing that enclaves encourage self-segregation. So in summary, Youngone Temple thrives on a community resilience and compassion, but its very existence also exposes the constraints faced by the migrant-driven initiatives under a state that has yet to fully embrace them. So Youngone Temple is not an isolated phenomenon. But instead, it is a part of a broader pattern of migrant religious enclaves in South Korea that are increasingly significant in the landscape of social welfare and integration. So common to these examples is an ethos of compassion-centered practice. So compassion becomes a driving logic for volunteerism and resource sharing, and in doing so, these enclaves produce what can be called community-based welfare. So this bottom-up welfare often has a personal and empathetic quality that formal institutions often struggle to replicate. So in Korea's increasingly multicultural society, such enclaves are in fact pioneering models of grassroots multiculturalism, where migrants themselves build inclusive micro-societies that cater to diverse needs and invite participation from others. The compassion practices at the heart of these enclaves often succeed in reaching people who might never approach a government office for help. So thus, migrant religious enclaves have become critical in producing social protection and belonging beyond the state's direct reach. So in this context, this informal welfare systems operates as a mechanism for realizing the rights that members are entitled to enjoy regardless of their legal status. Essentially, these faith-based and community-embedded mutual aid networks function as infrastructures of everyday rights, where the reproduction of rights take place through the lived practices. So in reframing the case of Youngone Temple, we move from describing a set of community functions to recognizing the political significance of this migrant-created space. So Youngone Temple is, in a sense, a rights-producing space operating within the state. So by this, we mean that the temple enables migrants to exercise and claim rights in a practice, even when they lack full rights as legal residents or citizens. So Hannah Arendt's famous notion of the right to have rights, which means the right to belong to a community where one's rights are recognized, finds a concrete expression here. Vietnamese migrants, many of whom have insecure legal status, find in Youngone Temple a community that acknowledges their dignity and entitlements as human beings. Through the temple, they attain what might be called the social right of membership, the right to be cared for, to be heard, and to participate in communal life. And notably, the temple shifts migrants from being passive beneficiaries of rights to active co-creators of rights. For example, when migrants volunteer at the welfare center or organize a cultural event, they are collaboratively shaping the norms and provisions of their community, effectively deciding what support or recognition they ought to have. In doing so, they are asserting a form of political agency, Thus, Vienno Temple transforms migrants from right recipients into right co-producers, turning the compassionate acts into a reconfiguration of the very basis of rights. So here, the monks' collective efforts are illustrative. Their charitable work goes beyond the ad hoc aid, functioning as a practice that redefines the foundations of rights for their community. By providing shelter or education where the state does not, they affirm that migrants deserve those rights and actively make them the reality on the ground. This is a quiet but profound form of politics. It creates a parallel channel of rights realization that runs alongside the official citizenship-based channel. And of course, this raises very complex implications. On one hand, spaces like Vienno Temple can be seen as empowering. They carve out the autonomy from migrant communities and force the broader society to reckon with pluralistic forms of belonging. And they demonstrate that migrants need not be mere subjects of the state policies, but can be agents who crack open the state's exclusive structure of the rights provision, expanding the realm of who gets to have rights and through what means. On the other hand, the very need for a parallel infrastructure points to the limitation of the current system. Is it just or sustainable to leave the essential welfare to the charity of the religious communities? The temple's experience shows both the potential and precarity of such arrangements. For the migrants involved, Vienno Temple has been a steady source of support, helping to make their lives more stable and connected. It stands as a politically charged space, one where the boundary between the citizen and the non-citizen is blurred by the acts of mutual aid, and where a vision of inclusive belonging is enacted daily in the shadow of the state. So in conclusion, Vienno Temple illustrates how a transnational religious enclave can emerge as an indispensable parallel social infrastructure in a new diaspora. It thrives by addressing institutional omissions through culturally resonant, compassion-driven practices. In doing so, it not only aids Vietnamese migrants in here and now, but also subtly reconfigures the politics of belonging and rights in South Korea's multicultural landscape. So this case urges us to recognize migrant enclaves as vital stakeholders, as spaces of innovation and social support, and as communities that are actively negotiating the terms of inclusion from below. So Vienno Temple's story is ultimately about migrants claiming their right to have rights by building it themselves, gradually through each temple service and every act of compassion. So I hope this case invites us to think more broadly about the role of migrant communities in creating inclusive societies, and I'll be very happy to hear your thoughts and questions. Thank you. So to enrich our discussion, we are fortunate to have Professor Chung Hyun-ju from Graduate School of Environmental Studies of Seoul National University and Director of the Center for Asian Migration at Seoul National University as our discussant. The presenters, please come up to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Hyun-ju Jung, as introduced by Kang Min-ju. Today, I'm going to try to provide some comments, feedbacks on the three very insightful presentations. I really enjoyed all three presentations, but to make my comments to work, so that's my role today. So I rather more focus on the more logistics and some logical, build up for as analytical framework in order for you to, produce ultimately an academic paper, right? That's your purpose, I guess. So I hope my comments help your work. I'm going to give some comments in English first for Kamikara's presentation because you're from Indonesia, right? Okay. And I'm going to speak in Korean probably, okay, for the second and the third presentations. Okay, let me start for the first presentation. My feedback is basically on the text that you submitted beforehand, so which is in your proceeding books right now. But today's, your presentation actually included more tons of details and also very insightful and very interesting topics too. But my bit is more limited to the text, the abstract that you presented, you submitted before. Okay, for Kamikade's presentation on in the margins of care, Indonesian migrant domestic workers in East Asia, this paper critically illuminates the multi-layered structures of oppressions faced by Indonesian migrant domestic workers by analyzing their vulnerabilities through the lens of structural feminism, which is also my field of research. I really enjoyed. It further shed light on the gendered global inequality generated by the global care chain. The topic is both important and very timely. It's very resonated with today's topics. However, for this study to develop further as a full academic paper, I would like to offer particularly 3 suggestions to your presentation. First, the paper briefly introduces structural feminism as analytical framework. While structural feminism is certainly a very crucial perspective in explaining the phenomena, understanding gender inequality as a product of the alliance between global patriarchy and capitalism, neoliberalism. I truly agree with, the oppression is structural, not episodic, but the framework alone may not fully capture the complexities of this issue. For example, the global care chain is also a product of geopolitical and geoeconomic power relations, as you know. In other words, global gender oppression is not homogeneous. It is deeply influenced by the power asymmetries between the global north and the south, while directly shaped the structures of oppressions. Moreover, structural feminism may be too Western-centric, I guess. So it is not always Western, it's Eastern, so it's a general, but in terms of theoretical development, the context of the concept actually arose is very Western context. So also very broad and macro in scope, I guess, to sufficiently expose the specific vulnerabilities of particularly Indonesian migrant domestic workers in this case. Much of the existing scholarship has already focused on, for example, the Filipina domestic workers. Therefore, it is helpful for you to clarify how the Indonesian case actually diverges from the previous research in order to highlight its unique contribution and expand the concept of the global care chain. So this would be the unique contribution to these courses. To achieve this, it may be useful to engage with additional conceptual frameworks that can critically complement structural feminisms. The second point I would actually pinpoint is rather than limiting the analysis to demonstrating the vulnerabilities here, although it's very important, we understand the situation of, for example, the Burmese care workers in Singapore in today's lecture given by the Brenda Yeo. So the vulnerability is still always important, but the study would benefit from the incorporating theories, concepts, or research questions that can capture the intersectional positionality of these women as workers, migrants, and women. They are very, so their positionality is very intersectional and multifaceted. So are the women in the case studies, for example, to be understood merely as victims, they are always victims, or they are victims, but but it's not the end of the story, right? So, or can they also be recognized as agents who, from within the interstices of intersecting oppressions, they explore an alternative strategy and mode of resistance, if any? So that would be my second point. And the third, as rightly noted in this paper, I definitely agree with the global governance is very important here. It's not working properly, right? That's the result of today's presentation, right? So the migration infrastructure, doesn't work, effectively either. It's very clear limitations in protecting migrant workers. It's very clear. Then it will be more compelling to address how regional governmental bodies, such as ASEAN in this case, fail to adequately address these issues, and how they should generate domestic and international political changes to solve this problem. So given that the global care chain reflects structural inequalities embedded in the current international political order, it will be strengthened in the paper to provide critical insight into what implications this has for global politics and what kinds of systematic changes are necessary to address these challenges. So that will be your unique contribution to, it's a very important and timely subject. Yeah, I really appreciate your presentation. Thank you. And my second comments to the second presentation will be given in Korean. Okay, let me have. It's very confusing here. Okay. 두 번째 발표문은 자카르타 한인 사회의 남녀들의 gendered experiences 에 대한 이제 이야기인데, 기존에 어떻게 보면 한인들에 대한 연구는 주로 북미 중심의 연구들이 대부분이었는데, 여기서는 이제 자카르타를 중심으로 자카르타 안과 근처에 있는 인도네시아의 다양한 한인 남녀들의 그런 경험을 이제 에스노그래픽 리서치를 통해서 이제 추적했다는 점에서 이러한 이제 어떤 연구의 전환이 기존에 너무 한국과 북미, 특히 이제 미국 중심으로 한 어떻게 보면 메인스트림 어프로치를 좀 벗어나서 최근에 이제 이슈가 되고 있는 아시아에서 아시아로의 이슈를 정확하게 포착하는 사례로서 굉장히 흥미롭다라고 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 특히 이제 요즘에는 그 글로벌 마이그레이션 스터디에서 사실 이제 아시아가 굉장히 중요한 목적지로서 또는 이제 송출지로서 모두에서 굉장히 중요한 이제 실질적인 그 데스티네이션이자 이제 어떻게 보면 엑스포팅 오리진으로서 굉장히 중요하지만 이 아시아에서 아시아로 이주가 급증함에 따라서 생겨나는 여러 가지 현상들 자체도 기존의 이주 연구에서는 놓쳤던 이제 그런 프레임워크가 되게 많거든요. 왜냐하면 기존에는 대부분의 제3세계에서 제1세계, 특히 유럽과 북미로의 이제 이주 패턴이 대부분의 이제 세계 이주 연구에서 핵심적인 어떻게 보면 대상이 되었기 때문에 기존의 뭐 개념이라든지 담론이라든지 뭐 사례, 보고된 사례 등등등은 이런 웨스턴 퍼스펙티브를 이제 반영하는 경우가 되게 많았어요. 그런데 이제 오늘과 같은 이러한 사례는 어떻게 보면 뭐 한인 연구이기도 하지만 어떻게 보면 아시아에서 새로운 아시아에서 어떻게 보면 어드밴스드 컨트리로 등장하고 있는 일부 국가, 한국과 같은 뭐 싱가포르나 이제 이런 국가에서 어떻게 보면 더 이제 경제적으로 더 못 사는 나라로 같은 아시아 내에서 이런 이주가 최근에 어떤 글로벌 마이그레이션 트렌드에서 굉장히 이제 중요한 이슈가 되고 있다라는 점에서 이제 그런 점들을 이제 어드레스하는 좋은 사례가 될 수 있다라고 보여집니다. 이제 그런데 이제 발표가 이제 좀 더 아카데믹 페이퍼로서 좀 더 실제로 이게 몇십 쪽 내로 쓰여져야 되잖아요. 이 페이퍼라는 것은. 그래서 되게 어렵습니다. 이 간단하게 하는 게. 근데 그런 거에 비해서 오늘 어떻게 보면 간략하게 짧게 소개되긴 했지만 오늘 이 발표가 담고 있는 어떻게 보면 뭐라 그러죠? 함의 또는 또 뭐 사례라든지 뭐 이론이라든지 뭐 이런 것들은 좀 너무 좀 브로드한 게 아닌가라는 생각을 했어요. 그래서 아마도 이걸 그대로 페이퍼로 쓰기 매우 어려울 것이다라고 생각을 해서 그것을 좀 좁혀주기 위해서 제가 좀 코멘트를 드리겠습니다. 그래서 첫 번째가 어떻게 보면 이제 그 theoretical framework에 대한 건데 이 발표문에서는 좀 간단하게 소개된 이런 사례들이 여성과 남성의 차별화된 역할 때문에 빚어진 것인지 아니면 한국형 가부장제 또는 문화 제국주의를 이제 두 번째 프레임워크로 이제 채택했기 때문에 좀 이런 좀 거시적인 이런 구조 때문에 빚어진 것인지 좀 둘 다입니다. 저희 생각 결론은. 그래서 명확하게 분간하기 사실 어렵습니다. 그래서 이게 논문으로 쓰려면 이게 정확하게 이렇게 슬라이스 하듯이 정확하게 매칭이 돼야 되거든요. 그래서 그런 점에서 좀 theoretical framework가 너무 큰 거 아닌가. 특히 여기에서 뭐 문화 제국주의 나오고 모빌리티 인저스티스를 이제 언급을 했는데 그럼 첫 번째로 이제 여기서 이제 남녀를 갈라서 우선 여성이 처한 현실 인도네시아로 주로 피부양자 자격으로 간 한국 여성들이 현지에서 가서 처하는 현실 중에 이제 대표적인 그런 젠더화된 경험 중에 하나가 이제 모빌리티 제약이라는 건데 이제 이게 어떻게 보면 존 어리 등이 이제 얘기하는 뉴 모빌리티 패러다임이라는 사회학에서의 모빌리티 전환이라는 이제 큰 어떤 이론적인 백그라운드를 이제 가지고 있는데 그런 것을 설명하기에는 이 사례는 너무 좀 특수한 거 아닌가라는 생각이 들었어요. 물론 이제 모빌리티 이슈 되게 중요하죠. 저도 이제 이주 여성들의 모빌리티를 이제 연구하기도 했고 막상 어떤 모빌리티가 제약된 어떤 이주의 현장에 가면 이 모빌리티가 사실은 이 권리와 생사를 가르는 굉장히 중요한 핵심적인 이슈가 되거든요. 이제 아마도 자카르타에 있는 많은 한인 여성들이 한국에서 굉장히 높은 모빌리티를 구가하다가 이제 현지에 가가지고 이제 굉장히 힘든 모빌리티 제약을 맞이했을 거라고 생각을 합니다. 그런데 이제 어떻게 보면 이제 그런 맥락이 이 짧은 논문에서 다 담기기 매우 어려울 것이기 때문에 뉴 모빌리티 패러다임을 그냥 브로드리 그냥 모빌리티 중요함 갑자기 이렇게 등장하는 것보다는 차라리 좀 더 개념을 좀 더 축소해서 예를 들자면 같은 디스코스 안에 있는 미미 셸러의 모빌리티 인저스티스 같은 그런 구체적인 개념을 수용을 해서 어떻게 보면 프레임워크를 좀 더 구체화하는 게 도움이 되지 않을까 싶고요. 연관된 문제로 그럼 여성의 체험은 갑자기 이제 모빌리티 어떻게 보면 인저스티스 모빌리티 리미테이션으로 한다면 남성은 이제 또 이제 집단이 좀 달라요. 어떻게 보면 아까는 자카르타의 주로 이제 피부양자, 디펜던트 자격으로 온 여성들의 기혼 여성들의 이야기라면 여기는 이제 일하러 온 2030 젊은 남성들의 이야기로서 약간 이제 사이트가 좀 서로 다르죠. 그런데 어떻게 보면 여기서 좀 이런 그 한인 남성 노동자들을 문화 제국주의를 이제 실천하는 본의 아니게 실천하게 되는 굉장히 좀 부정적인 사례로 이제 일반화하는 것 자체가 요즘 흔히 말하는 남녀 갈라치기라던가 좀 물론 이제 이런 측면이 당연히 있을 거라고 생각하고 이제 굉장히 이 자체는 굉장히 흥미로운 사례이긴 하지만 이거를 한 논문의 두 분석 축으로 삼기에는 좀 너무 젠더 일반화가 아닌가. 그래서 어떻게 보면 좀 더 교차하는, 그러니까 이 젠더라든지 인종주의라든지 또 한국과 인도네시아의 그런 지정학적인 그런 관계라든지 이런 다양한 권력의 문제를 좀 더 복잡한, 실제는 더 복잡하잖아요. 이거를 좀 더 입체적으로 담아내는 프레임워크가 필요할 것 같아요. 그래서 여성은 모빌리티 제약당하는 피해자로, 남성은 문화 제국주의자로 이렇게 일반화를 할 우려가 있기 때문에 이건 좀 이제 좀 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다. 예를 들자면 제 생각에는 아까 그 모빌리티 제약당하는 그 자카르타에 있는 한인 와이프들도 문화 제국주의자, 어떤 면에서는 문화 제국주의적인 모습을 또 가지고 있을 수 있거든요. 그래서 이 문화 제국주의라는 것은 젠더랑 똑같이 항상 일률적으로 작동하는 게 아니라 굉장히 이제 인터섹팅한 거죠. 이 권력이라는 것은. 그래서 좀 이런 것들을 이제 남녀 이분법보다는 어떻게 보면 새로운 인종주의와 제국주의 그리고 또 젠더화된 그런 불평등 이런 것들이 복잡하게 작동하는가를 이렇게 좀 작은 스케일에서 보여줄 수 있는 이런 식으로 좀 가야지 이제 한 논문 안에 이 모든 이야기가 담기려면 그렇게 가야 되지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 이제 세 번째는 저는 좀 여기 의문이었어요. 참 처음에 글을 읽었을 때 왜 갑자기 이게 뜬금 권리 문제가 되는가. 그래서 오늘 와서 이렇게 보니까 이 오늘 컨퍼런스의 슬로건이 The Right Have Right이기 때문에 이걸 약간 의외적으로 차용을 한 것인지 좀 이거는 좀 물어보고 싶네요. 그래서 왜냐하면 이제 오늘 소개된 사례들을 굳이 권리 문제로 환원하는 게 가장 흥미로운 귀결인가에 대해서는 저는 조금 동의가 안 되거든요. 그래서 예를 들자면 이제 오늘 이제 핵심 키워드가 이제 아렌트의 그 권리를 가질 권리라는 컨셉인 건데, 근데 과연 이 인도네시아 한인, 남녀 한인의 사례가 이 아렌트의 권리를 가질 권리를 이제 어떻게 보면 examine하는 가장 좋은 사례로서 가장 흥미로운 사례인가? 라는 거죠. 거기에 대해서는 좀 의문이 들고요. 그리고 또 이제 마찬가지로, 아까 이제 남녀를 너무 한쪽은 그 모빌리티 피해자로 또 한쪽은 문화 제국주의자로 이렇게 이분화한 것도, 좀 어떻게 보면 이게 권리의 제약, 둘 다 권리의 제약을 나름 가지고 있다라는 이런 결론으로 가기 위한 설정이었다면 좀 이게 무리수가 아닌가. 만일에 그거를 진짜로 알고 싶다면 남녀가 어떻게 반응하는지, 뭐 최근 젊은 한국 남성의 보수 우경화가 실제로 문화 제국주의 이주의 맥락에서 이게 문화 제국주의적인 면모를 띈다면 차라리 자카르타까지 갈 필요도 없이 그냥 한국에서 전수조사를 뭐 설문을 한다든지 남녀 의식조사를 하는 게 어떻게 보면 더 정확하고 더 정확한 이제 결과가 나올 수도 있을 것 같거든요. 그래서 이거를 좀 더 한국에서 자카르타라는 이주의 맥락이 좀 더 살아나는, 더 작동하는 것을 잘 보여줄 수 있도록 분석 프레임워크를 좀 정리정돈을 하셔야 될 필요가 있을 것 같아. 근데 어쨌든 사례는 매우 흥미로움으로 요거를 계속 연구를 하셨으면 좋겠다가 이제 저의 코멘트고요. 이제 마지막으로 파이널리 강민주 씨의 또 굉장히 흥미로운 세 번째 발표에 대해서 간략히 피드백을 드리고자 합니다. 저도 좀 약간 유사한 연구를 했었기 때문에 굉장히 반가웠고요. 또 읽으면서 굉장히 익숙한 느낌도 들었습니다. 그래서 이 연구는 일단 종교 조직이라는 시민사회의 한 섹터가 굉장히 중요한 이주의 인프라로서 작동하는 것을 이제 베트남 불교 사원을 사례로 이제 탐색을 하고 있죠. 이 연구는 아직 이게 충분히 연구되지 못했던 이런 종교의 역할을 드러내놓고 포착했다라는 점에서 사실은 굉장히 의미가 있고요. 특히 이제 본문에서도 소개했듯이 여기서 그 불교 사원 그리고 그 불교 공동체와 이제 그 종교 지도자들이 했던 그 역할, 뭐 권리의 공동 생산자라던가 어떻게 보면 바텀업 웰페어를 이제 어떻게 보면 구현하는, 이주민들을 위해서 구현하는 새로운 역할 같은 것들을 조명했다는 점에서 이거는 특별히 한국 사회에서 발전주의 이민국가라고 에린정 교수가 이제 얘기를 했는데, 발전주의 이민국가인 한국의 이런 탑다운 이주 거버넌스를 보완하는 어떤 대안적인 시민사회를 경유하는 대안적인 경로를 제시하고 있다는 점에서 한국 이주 연구에서도 굉장히 중요한 사례 연구가 될 것이라고 생각이 됩니다. 여기서 이제 분석 개념으로 제시했던 Parallel Social Infrastructure 그리고 이제 권리를 가질 권리, 요 두 개념을 접목해서 요 사례를 이제 해석을 하는데 저는 굉장히 흥미로운 어떻게 보면 접목이라고 생각이 돼요. 그런데 이제 요게 이제 이론적 틀이 좀 되려면 각각의 개념에 대해서 오늘 뭐 발표니까 짧게만 얘기를 했는데 좀 더 컨텍스츄얼라이즈 하는 과정이 좀 필요할 것 같고요. 각각의 개념이 왜 어떤 social academic importance를 가지는지, 그리고 어떤 맥락에서 특히 한국 사회에서 한국의 현실과 부합하는지, 왜 하필 많은 것 중에서 요 개념이 요 한국에서의 요 현상을 설명하는데 특별히 중요성을 가지는지, 이런 학술적인 차별성, 아카데믹 디퍼런시에이션이 필요할 것 같습니다. 그리고 특히 여기서 아까도 언급했듯이 제도 설계자이자 권리의 공동 생산자로서 이주민 리더와 공동체 역할을 이제 포착한 건 굉장히 새로운 통찰이라고 보여집니다. 굉장히 중요한 점을 지적한 것 같고요. 그렇다면 이러한 새로운 포지셔닝이 뭘 의미하는지를 이제 추가적으로 더 해석을 해야 된다라고 생각을 합니다. 그렇다면 또 반대로 그렇다면 그동안 한국에서의 특히 이주 연구에서 왜 이런 거는 잘 연구되지 않았는지 저는 이유가 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 이런 상상력과 통찰이 그간의 이주 연구에서 특히 한국 이주 연구에서 왜 부재했는지, 이런 연구가 왜 없었는지 좀 이런 것들을 좀 더 비판적으로 해석하면 이제 본인의 연구의 차별성을 부각시키는데 굉장히 좋을 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 뭐 grassroots multiculturalism이라던가 아니면 또 중요한 바텀업 웰페어 같은 게 굉장히 중요한 키워드 같은 것들을 제시했는데 이런 것들이 이제 나중에는 좀 더 맥락화 이제 돼야 되고 요런 말을 쓰는 게 무슨 의미가 있는지 어떤 차별성이 있는지 이런 것들이 좀 더 이제 해석과 함께 프레임워크로 이제 좀 정리가 되면 좋겠고요. 저는 그 지리학자인데 지리학자로서 사실은 엔클레이브 같은 이런 공간 은유를 굉장히 많이 사용합니다. 때로는 습관적으로 거의 사용할 만큼 이주민 뭐 조직, 종교 조직도 종교 공간으로 이제 치환을 한다든지 굉장히 이제 공간적인 관점을 가지고 연구를 하는 연구자다 보니까 이제 이 엔클레이브라는 단어에 좀 꽂혔는데 제가 이렇게 발표를 들어보니까 굳이 엔클레이브 아닌 거 아닌가라는 생각이 들었거든요, 사실은. 그래서 좀 반어적으로 일부러 썼나 이런 생각도 했어요. 왜냐하면 이 사원이 수행하는 이제 두 번째 중요한 역할이 소셜 인테그레이션이잖아요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 일종의 아웃리치 to the neighborhood인데 한국 커뮤니티로 이제 어떻게 보면 나아가는 또 새로운 바운더리를 허무는 작업이잖아요. 그런 점에서는 엔클레이브라는 것은 서구의 흔히 말하는 그 에스닉 엔클레이브 할 때 나오는 말이잖아요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 그거의 한국형 버전은 real enclave라기보다는 어떻게 보면 퍼지 바운더리를 가진 어떻게 보면 새로운 종류의 이제 공간이라는 점에서 이걸 돌려가기 같은 느낌이 들었는데 이제 그걸 그런 의도로 사용을 했는지 아닌지는 제가 잘 모르겠습니다. 그래서 만일에 이 용어를 사용할 religious enclave라는 개념을 사용할 거면 이거에 대한 설명도 조금 그 띠오리라든지 뭐 관련된 연구들이 워낙 많기 때문에 그런 거에 대한 설명이 좀 필요할 것 같고요. 마찬가지로 여기서 이제 권리를 뭐 바텀업 웰페어라든지 그라스 멀티컬처럴리즘 같은 개념과 연관시켜서 얘기를 하고 있는 것 같은데 저는 뭐 괜찮은 방향성이라고 생각이 됩니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 이게 주로 그냥 어떤 슬로건이나 캐치프레이즈 또는 은유로 그치지 않으려면 조금 더 조작적으로 분석 개념으로서 사용될 필요가 있다. 그래서 좀 더 본인의 이 연구에서 이 사례 연구의 맥락에서 아렌트의 그런 권리를 가지고 권리 같은 개념은 구체적으로 이제 어떻게 레저네이트 하는지 이런 것들, 이런 이제 theoretical elaboration 작업이 좀 필요할 것 같습니다. 그래서 뭐 참고라면 저도 이제 최근에 사실 이제 이번 주 금요일 날 여기 이 자리에서 국제 학술대회가 열리는데 이제 거기서 이제 편찬한 이제 공동 연구서에 제가 챕터를 하나 이제 기고를 했는데 그 연구는 Constructing K-Multicultural Space from Below: A Case of Little Manila and Korean Catholic Church라는 이제 연구입니다. 그래서 뭐 사례는 매우 다른 사례고 이제 한국의 해화동 리틀 마닐라를 사례로 해서 가톨릭 교회가 어떻게 보면 이 이주 공동체를 유지하고 어떤 또 대안적인 소셜 인프라스트럭처로 작동하는 게 되는가, 그리고 그 공간의 맥락은 어떤 역할을 했는가, 이제 이런 연구인데 유사한 연구인 것 같아서 이제 반가워서 이제 또 소개를 드립니다. 예, 수고하셨습니다.
Response. Okay. Thank you so much for many insights and comments. I really appreciate it on how that I can build my paper further. As I mentioned, it's not really a research academia paper, but a background research for advocacy. But for the structural feminism, I agree that it should be pushed further because basically structural feminism only identify there is an intersection between structural patriarchy and also capitalism. But just thinking out loud, there are post-colonialism feminism that maybe could be also analyzed because this happened in a global south, global north settings. And also you mentioned, I haven't touched on the Filipino migrant workers before, but maybe it's something that could go into a comparative analysis and situation that could explain the global care chains more and more. And also I acknowledge there is a risk in overemphasizing the norm in ASEAN studies, because eventually, if we talk about ASEAN, no matter what is the problem, what is the critique, it's always going to be, oh, it's because on how it is built, how it is has been going on for these years. So maybe what I can incorporate is how civil society can also play actively in ASEAN. There's a concept called alternative regionalism, where civil society do a bottom-up regionalism instead of a top-down approach. So positioning migrant worker movements and civil society networks in this approach maybe could open up richer and also niche way in critiquing ASEAN. And yeah, thank you so much.
네, 정윤주 교수님께서 그 토론 감사합니다. 사례가 갖는 의미와 또 그리고 앞으로 발전적으로 또 그 발전시킬 수 있는 코멘트 주셔서 감사합니다. 제가 좀 많이 고민을 해야 될 것 같은데요. 정윤주 교수님께서 해주신 코멘트 중에서 이제 두 가지로 제가 받아들였는데, 첫 번째는 좀 개념을 좀 축소시켜서 정교하게 만들 필요가 있다. 사례에 적합하게. 그 다음에 또 이 두 집단을 구분하는 과정에서 발생할 수 있는 젠더 그 역할에 대한 일반화, 그리고 성 역할에 대한 고정관념, 이 점은 제가 더 많이 주의해야 할 것 같습니다. 네, 그래서 그 교수님의 코멘트 전적으로 받아들인다는 말씀을 드리면서 제가 약간의 변명을 좀 드리면, 첫 번째는 사실은 이게 한인 여성 집단에 대한 연구는 제가 2020년도에 수행한 연구이고, 남성 집단에 대한 연구는 지금 현재 조사를 좀 진행하고 있는 연구입니다. 그래서 이 두 집단을 사실 비교하는 연구는 아니고 개별적인 두 연구를 제 발표에서는 그 비교하면서 소개를 드렸는데요. 이제 그럼에도 불구하고 한 발표에서 다루면 제가 좀 더 설득력 있게 제시를 했었어야 되는데 그 점에서 좀 미흡했던 것 같습니다. 그리고 그 남성 이주 집단을 이제 비교적으로 그 묘사가 좀 부정적으로 묘사가 된 점은 좀 제 사감이 좀 개입이 돼 있는데, 제가 이걸 굉장히 좀 문제적으로 여기고 또 특히 좀 외교적인 문제가 될 수 있지 않을까 이런 걱정도 돼서 저 나름대로는 뭐 기사도 쓰고 관련 기관에 좀 문제 제기도 했는데 잘 받아들여지지 않아서 좀 제 답답한 마음, 그리고 좀 화도 나는 거, 이런 감정들을 좀 절제를 했었어야 되는데 그런 부분이 좀 개입이 되면서 지적하신 문제가 발생한 것 같습니다. 네, 다시 한번 감사드리면서 제 그 코멘트를 바탕으로 제 연구를 잘 발전시키도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 일단 너무 좋은 코멘트를 많이 주셔서 감사하다는 말씀을 먼저 드리고 싶고요. 제가 개인적으로는 현재 석사 전공이 정치외교학이어서 이주 관련 연구는 처음 해보는 거여서 많이 미흡했는데, 이제 코멘트를 많이 주셔서 앞으로 이걸 더 enrich할 수 있는 가능성이 생긴 것 같고, 그리고 아까 이제 여러 가지 좀 생각해 볼 거리들을 던져 주셨던 것 같은데, 이제 제도 설계자이자 권리 생산자로서 이주민 리더의 역할 포착에 대해서, 그렇다면 이게 한국의 이주 연구에서 왜 부재했을까, 이런 상상력이 왜 부족했을까라고 나름 생각을 해봤을 때, 제가 생각했던 나름의 의견은 현재 이제 한국이 다문화주의로 가는 그 과정 속에 있지 않았나 생각을 했는데요. 제가 이해한 한국의 다문화 정책이나 이제 거기서 파생된 이주민들을 바라보는 기존의 틀이 아무래도 좀 이주민들을 노동 내지는 인력 면으로 많이 해석해서 활용을 하다가 어쩔 수 없이 이제 다문화주의가 되어버린 뭐 그런, 처음부터 다문화라는 것을 염두에 두고 만든 랜드스케이프가 아니었기 때문에 이주민들을 뭐 권리 생산자 내지는 제도를 설계하는 주체로서 해석하려는 상상력이 부족했지 않았을까라는 기존의 정책 틀에서 뭐 이유를 찾을 수 있다고 나름 생각이 들었고, 그리고 앙클레이브 그 용어에 대한 거는 사실 저도 이 주제를 공부하면서 좀 습관적으로 많이 사용을 하게 되는 것 같습니다. 뭔가 주류 사회 속에서 어떤 섬 같은 특성이 보이게 되면 이거는 앙클레이브다 이렇게 보게 되는 것 같아서, 이 부분은 제가 조금 더 정교하게 개념화를 한다든지 아니면 좀 경계 공간이나 다른 개념을 좀 접목해서 더 다듬어야 할 것 같고, 네, 다른 말씀해주신 권리를 가진 권리나 아니면 제가 앙클레이브 연구에서 이런 개념을 사용한 이유에 대해서도 조금 더 조작적 정의를 많이 생각을 해보고 더 발전시키면 좋을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. Due to limited time, I think we can accept 1 or 2 questions very shortly from the floor. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Professor Yaw.
Hopefully a quick question for the first presenter. I just wanted to ask your views because Korea's EPS is the one system that tries to cut out the broker. So commercial brokerage is not part of the facilitating the movement of migrant workers to Korea. Whereas the brokerage system is very much part of the other countries and economies that you mentioned, from Hong Kong to Taipei and China. So could you tell us a little bit about which one do you think is the system that's going to confer more rights on migrant workers?
Definitely, system is good if it's in place. Can I answer now, or we take one more? All right, it's now okay. I just perfect. Yeah. System is good if it's in place, but the problem with EPS, there's always some loophole, and there's some oversight in the oversight itself. So, for example, from our experience working with domestic workers in Korea, they live sometimes in-house, but sometimes living in their own accommodations. So what happens is, what I mentioned is, they got here as a worker for the tourism industry. They are supposed to work in hotels, but then turns out, yes, the employer is working at hotel, but these workers are working for their household. So these oversights are needed very, very micromanagerial level where it's enforced, and enforcement are always good in terms of this case, because this gave domestic workers knowledge that they are indeed need to be protected. Because if there's no protection or enforcement in place, these migrant workers are very much psychologically scared, psychologically feel weakened, and they don't know where to complain to. That's why also in ASEAN framework, it would be better if there is a complaint mechanism. So yes, I think EPS system is already good in place, but the oversight is need to be evaluated further. Thank you.
So I think this is the end of our session 2 migration. Thank you everyone for your attention. And due to the time limit, I think we can only have like 6-minute break before moving on to the 3rd session. Thank you everyone.
지금 그럼 고려대 정치외교학과 있는 거예요?
So our third session will be about the gender, and I would like to invite our moderator Kyungmin Kim for the final session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for staying with us until the final panel on gender. So our panel features 3 presenters and all focusing on Vietnam-related research. And its presentation will run for 20 minutes, and we will and followed by 10 minutes discussion. And we will conclude with 20 minutes for questions and answer, but it depending on our time. And following all presenters, Professor George Reddix will lead our discussion. Let me briefly introduce Professor George Reddix. He is a senior research lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the National University of Singapore. And Professor Reddix has conducted extensive research on law, violence, and rights in Southeast Asia, so which makes him an ideal discussant for today's panel. So I want to express our gratitude to Professor for traveling all the way to Korea to join us for this panel. So now let's begin with our first presenter. That's me. Yeah. Okay. So my name is Kyungmin Kim. I'm a PhD candidate in anthropology at Seoul National University. So I'll be presenting on the topic of the negotiating the right to sell, transversal lawmaking of women sellers in Hanoi's informal marketplace. So this is the contents of my presentation. And we'll start with a literature review. Keith's hard concepts of informal economy was a groundbreaking attempt to recognize economic activities beyond formal, state-regulated structures. Building on this, anthropologists have worked to deconstruct the rigid distinctions between formal and informal, and legality and illegality. And this study reveals that in everyday life, legality and illegalities are often deeply intertwined. Practices that may be formally prohibited by law are often seen as socially acceptable, even morally justified. This leads us to think in terms of concept of licit and illicit as well, which highlight how moral legitimacy does not always align with legal boundaries, and to think of legalization and illegalization as processes rather than as fixed state of being. And most studies on informal economy and illegality have focused primarily on national borders. However, important dynamics also take place within nation across specific area, regions, and location. In my research, I approached the marketplace in Hanoi as a border crossing space. This is a site where multiple boundaries intersect and overlap between center and periphery, inside and outside, legal and illegal, and formal and informal. So I explore 3 key aspects of this marketplace. First, its informal characteristics. And second, the transversal process of making law, and I will explain later. And the third, how gendered rights are shaped in a gendered marketplace. So this is my field site. The flower market in Hanoi, located northwest of Hanoi Center. And the market is the largest nighttime wholesale flower market in Vietnam. My data are based on 1 year of fieldwork and interviews conducted in this market. And let me begin with the informal history of the flower market. So the Gwang'an district, where the market is located, has transformed from the city's periphery to a center of development and tourism. Initially, local people sold flower along the dike. It's a common practice of private selling before the economic reform called Doi Moi in 1986. When describing the market during that period, sellers used the terms such as sloppy, chaotic, messy, dirty, and desolate. At the time, there was no formal management body or institutional oversight, and concepts of property and rights were very fuzzy. This created an environment characterized by unruliness and permissiveness, which was a typical type of post-colonial urban Vietnam. However, after the Doi Moi reforms, this area emerged as an important site for development and tourism. Alongside administrative reforms, the Flower Market Management Unit was established in 1995 and began managing the market as a local government entity. A so-called new business order was introduced to formalize and prioritize the inside market. This process involved the renovations and upgrading of marketplaces, adding new walls, guarded gate, and strictly demarcated selling area. They began renting. They built a kiosk and rented them to sellers through the official contract. But it didn't really work well. Only a few sellers signed the official contract. Most flower sellers continued to sell flower in the outside area, and inside area became obsolete. Flower sellers built their own kiosk with a steel frame and slate roofs, effectively reappropriating the outside and turning it into the news center. So this case vividly illustrates how Vietnam's local administrative system operates. It's highly centralized and has the potential to be severely constraining. Simultaneously, however, it is diffuse and ambiguous, and is characterized in practice by ubiquitous person-to-person negotiation and regulatory flexibility. So this is the picture in 2010. So as we can see, the left side, we can see the structure, the official market that the market management unit tried to formalize. But as we can see, what's happening is like nobody actually used that structure space, and then they just like appropriate, they just use the outside area and then make it into the informal flower market. So later, local people handed their kiosk to migrant women because of the development of this area, and then the local people moved to the real estate business. So the new inside market that we just saw divided into two areas, the center and 5-meter road. So each area was subject to different regulation and carried different legal meanings. The center was defined as a part of the market, an inside space under the authority of the market management unit and governed by market regulations. In contrast, the 5-meter road, which is classified as a public street, an outside space under the jurisdictions of the ward police and regulated by Vietnam's road traffic law. According to this law, selling on a public street is considered illegal. So this is the picture of flower market, the current market. So here on the right bottom side, we see the obsoleted inside market. So now it's not using. And then the market we see is a formal outside area is the new market right now, and it's divided into two area. So on the right is the center, and it's the inside of the market, and on the left is the outside of the market that people called the 5-meter road. So in terms of informality, both areas are actually the same because they are unregistered business unit without official contracts. In the center, sellers pay the fee to the market management unit, but the market management unit it's extra money secretly, so it's a bribe. And then, like actually, in my view, nothing is really different between this inside and outside area because they are all informal, and they're also very illegal, because of the bribe. But the flower seller in the center make a clear distinction between the center and the 5-meter road. For example, they describe the center as defined with market line, designated space, fixed monthly fee, whereas the 5-meter road is more complicated, unstable, messy, and they have to do other additional tasks. So this is the picture that took at night. It's a very big market. And we see on the right side, it's a 5-meter road, and then this left side is an inside market. Actually, from the perspective of outsider, actually it's nothing really different. It's a whole part of the market, but actually there is some kind of distinction that local seller made. So the distinction between order and disorder in the marketplace is not just about spatial separation and legal regulations imposed on a space, but also about the who do they interact with. This distinction reflects the relationship between the state and the people in Vietnam. Drawing on the argument that states is conceived and experienced through everyday interactions between people and local authority, I will take a closer look at how distinction in judgment is shaped by everyday interactions, because what varies in judgment is shaped by everyday interaction. What varies in each cases are the boundary of the community within which a particular act is judged. So what kind of act is carried out here? People call it unwritten law. So it also means bribery. So a seller acknowledged that it's neither legitimate nor lawful under the law. Both the police and the sellers are engaging in the same illegality. As one seller put it, what the police is invisible and what the sellers do is invisible. But anyway, both sides are bound together as a co-conspirators in illegality. And what is really interesting about how to describe these practices, actually in Vietnamese, the term for bribery means making or doing law. So this expression illustrates the performative nature of how law is constituted in flower market. It's not illegal, but they regard this as another law. So I think it's a matter of the relationship the seller make with the authority. So for example, the ward police who is in charge of the 5-meter road, the outside area, hold higher authority than the market management unit. Because of this hierarchy, bribery functions as a direct channel linking sellers to higher level, more powerful authority. It's not simply a money transaction, it's a mechanism through which sellers obtain permissions and rights from the authority. As one seller explained, selling on the street is illegal, but selling on 5-meter road is fine because we paid and we got the permission. So in this sense, the act of receiving money by police is an exercise of authority, rooted in a mutual agreement between the official and the seller. So this kind of ethics of illegality becomes particularly visible in the different response to the news of market reconstruction. So it's a part of the mega grand something development plan in this area. And then government tried to reconstruct this market because it's very traditional and kind of outdated. But the seller in the center tend to react this news, this plan passively or active the change quite reluctantly. But in contrast, sellers on the 5-meter road claim their rights and openly accuse the states. Their anger stems from what they see as a betrayal of moral expectation and obligation. And it's a matter of accountability and breaking the law. I mean, another law. Here, bribery is a social and moral practice that affirms rights and obligation. It crosses the boundary between legal and illegal, and also re-enters the political and legal domain, allowing sellers to frame their practices in both moral and political terms. And there has been some works on bribery and informal relationship between the states and the people in Vietnam, often using James Scott's concept, theory of moral economy. However, I will not choose to use that framework in my case because it reproduces the hierarchy and like in many times, hierarchy between the state and people and assumes failed states. Instead, I draw on Galmetoff's concept of transversality, which refers to the emotional and moral entanglements between families and the states, the Vietnamese states, in the context of abortion of malformed fetus. This concept captures more subtle, transversal relations of affective responsiveness and moral engagement. I would like to frame the law-making process through the concept of transversality, which traversed boundaries between legal and illegal, and the line between licit and illicit, and finally binds the states and seller within the same boundary of the community. Lastly, but most importantly, it must be underlined the gender implication in this marketplace, because the marketplace has been regarded as a women's space and private sphere within the Vietnamese context. Rooted in Confucian occupational hierarchies and socialist stigmatizations of commerce, trading work was regarded as and morally condemned. The devaluation of the marketplace and trading work was also shaped by gendered stereotype, which helped to naturalize and marginalize them as women's work. Although Vietnamese women have long played an active role in trade and contributed significantly to household economy, their role was still framed as nội tướng, which means domestic general, and their economic activity also regarded as nội trợ, which means domestic support. So the link between the marketplace and women's trading work has persisted, but the Doi Moi economic reform brought significant shift in both the role of the market and women's economic activities. So this is the pictures that I brought of the traditional market and the flower market. So you see on the left side, it's a very typical picture of traditional market in Vietnam. And it's actually the marketplace is dominated by all women. But we see the differences because the flower seller, they own their own kiosk. And their product, the flower, is more expensive than the food or some vegetables that they sell. So we see the differences, and I just want to highlight, even though there is some still the gender stereotype has been persisted, but after the Doi Moi, the economic reform, the work of Vietnamese women also has changed in the flower market. So the migrant women, the owner of the flower market, are kiosk owner, and also they are of the family, which means the breadwinner of the family. So selling in the market has not just a source of income, but now it's a lucrative opportunity, and sometimes it's considered as a privilege. As the Quang An area begins to develop and the market expands, working in the market has become very competitive. So just like when some stranger want to get into the market, they must can do that like only through the personal ties with women seller. However, most men still look down on trading work. And one man even said, because the trading work is a women's work, the domestic work, so I would rather work as a porter even though they get paid less. So here we can observe two effects of such gender stereotypes. First, they feminize the market, framing it as socially and culturally inferior, while at the same time, it grants women the position of trader, economic power, and the rights over the market space and their work, which are not accessible to men in many cases. So to sum up, I wanted to highlight 3 points. First, the informal characteristic of the marketplace created the possibility for the emergences of fuzzy space and another law. Second, rights in the flower market are claimed through transversal lawmaking that challenges the boundary between state and people, legal and illegal, formal and informal, calling for a broader understanding of the concept of rights. Third, the rights are gendered in the Vietnamese context, often oscillating between disempowerment and empowerment within the dynamic nexus of gender, economy, and politics. Okay, that's all for my presentation, and thank you everyone for listening. So now we invite our second presenter, Jong-hak Kim. He's a PhD candidate in Geography Department of National University of Singapore. Yeah, so please welcome Jong-hak Kim.
Hi everyone. I hope everybody had coffee. Thank you so much for staying. Today I'll be talking about spatial politics of queer life in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Jong-hak. I'm a PhD student from Department of Geography, National University of Singapore. And before I begin, I would actually like to let you know that this is more like a preliminary research that I've been working on recently. And it's actually based on the pilot study that I conducted in 2023 and 2024. So any kind of input, comments, criticisms, or insights that can actually help me actually develop this research further would be very much appreciated. So without further ado, let me just begin. So queer space basically refers to a physical or a virtual space that is supposed to be open and supportive and safe for LGBTQ communities and their activities. For example, queer-friendly bars, queer-friendly clubs, or maybe community centers and so forth. So if you think about Vietnam, you might be able to think of lots of nice things, like for example, food or culture. But queer friendliness or queer citizenships or queer space might not be the first thing that you can actually think about. Well, at least in my case, I had no idea that Vietnam had such a vibrant queer scene, queer space, and everyday activities by queer communities until I actually went there for the first time in 2020. So obviously, queer citizenship and queer rights and queer space are not new concepts in the concept of Vietnam. So until 2000s, there has been a strong social and political stigma against the queer communities. So queer communities used to be thought as more of a part of a social evil. They were actually being disruptive towards the traditional family values. But since 2010s, there has been a very gradual change wherein the state started actually promoting the LGBTQ rights, and they've been actually extending support for the queer communities to actually render their own queer spaces. So in 2013, for example, they actually repealed the law that used to ban same-sex marriage. And in their 2015 civil code, they actually stipulated that individuals can actually identify their genders. So many academics actually said that this is actually a very strategic move for the state to actually cultivate a modernized political imagery. So basically, Vietnam is trying to say, oh, we're actually modern, we're progressive, we're actually globally aligned with what Western societies are actually aiming for. So it can be a bit of like a strategic political move. But as I'll be explaining later, it also is not only performative in the sense that there are state authorities that are being genuinely receptive and supportive towards LGBTQ. But you know, it's actually not easy for the state to actually open doors to LGBTQ movement because of two factors. One is like political sensitivity, and second is social conservatism. So first of all, many of the LGBTQ movements around the world have been associated with political messages, asking for the government to actually change, which does not really sit well with the government of Vietnam. So the state of Vietnam is kind of concerned that the expansion of LGBTQ rights would actually lead to collective movements, collectively voicing political dissents, which of course the state does not really prefer. And second, the social stigma still runs deep in Vietnam. So if you're like queer individuals, if you go to Vietnam, it's likely that you're not going to face any discrimination. But queer individuals within Vietnam would actually often say that they were actually discriminated with their own votes by their own family members. So many of them are actually still being sent to what they call the conversion therapy. For those of you who are not really familiar with the term, it's a pseudotherapy where you can actually supposedly change queer individuals into heterosexual. As a queer individual, it's a complete BS. But the thing is that for Vietnam, the state of Vietnam, it's actually difficult to just openly recognize the LGBTQ rights and openly endorse the queer space because of these kind of a social and political backlash. So the state is actually in a predicament, right? So the LGBTQ communities are demanding for more queer spaces, and the state is actually open to the idea. But they're actually kind of in a conundrum in the sense that they might actually face social and political backlash. So it's actually difficult for them to just formally acknowledge and support queer space. So the question is, so how is the queer space actually negotiated and manifested and managed in contemporary Vietnam? And what it can actually tell us about the state-society relations in urban governance. So there can be lots of diverse, there can be lots of diverse tactics, but for this research, I focused on informality as governing tactic. So let me digress and talk about informality a bit. Our previous presenter, Youngmin, actually told us a lot of nice informations. So informality actually referred to practices and norms that are neither legal nor illegal. So, of course, it itself means very complicated, and it has lots of different definitions and implications. But sometimes it can refer to activities that are plainly illegitimate. They're still tacitly allowed. Maybe they're situated in a liminal space between legality or illegality. For example, street vendors or informal housing or renovation and so forth. But so basically, informality actually refers to activities that are not aligned with the state legal provisions. So in the past, informality used to be thought as a part of a product of under-regulation by the state. So in this logic, it's because the state was too incompetent to actually control these norms that these norms started actually prevailing. But things started changing in 2000s, in which like the scholarship actually started seeing informality in a different way. So now they're saying, you know what, informality might not be the byproduct of under-regulation, but more of a deregulation. But so basically the state deliberately allows informality to prevail by strategically disengaging from them. They deliberately don't catch them. The reason behind this could be various. For example, it could be helpful to the economy. It could be politically, I don't know, it could help in politically or socially. But in any ways, state is actually often positioned as an informalizing entity that actually contributes to creating informality. So, of course, there's like a rich body of literature that you can actually go through. But for research, I actually understand informality as contingent opportunities. So, informality is a way for the state to actually provide citizens with social or economic or political, maybe not political, maybe, environmental opportunities to do whatever they want. So, for example, like about the street vendors, like they don't have to worry much about the legal procedures or having to get like a real estate or something. So they can just like just delve straight into their own businesses. So it's a way for the state to actually extend opportunities to citizens. But at the same time, the state actually still retains what I call the kill switch to come in and override everything by criminalizing them whenever they want. So it's a governing tactic that is actually both repressive, but at the same time empowering. So let's queer space. During my pilot study, I actually looked into 3 types of public queer space. One is the Pride, which is a form of a temporary occupation of urban spaces. The another one is nightlife establishments, gay bars, gay clubs, and queer-friendly venues, which are spaces that are supposed to be very inclusive towards the LGBTQ society. So, for those of you who do not know what the Pride or Queer Pride is, it's an annual event where individuals, like the queer communities and allies, actually come together to openly celebrate, openly express themselves, and do a parade, and do performances, and have fun. So, in Korea, the latest one held in Korea was this June in Ulchiro. As for Vietnam, though, it was first held in 2012, and it's held every September. So it's held on the 21st of September next month for this year. So those of you who are actually traveling in Hanoi, I urge you that you actually pay a visit because it's really, really fun. So they have like 3 different activities that you can actually attend to. For example, the first one is bike rally, where you just like ride bicycle or motorbike along the designated route, as you can see from the picture. Second is like a marching parade. You walk along the urban areas. And third is the performances, which is really, really fun. So this is the picture that I took in 2023. I had no idea that the Pride was actually going on. I just randomly ran into it by accident. So you see like how there are actually 6,000 participants for the parade. They actually walked along the Hoan Kiem Lake, which is pretty central. And there are nice performances, merchandise, and I was just drinking, eating, friends, having fun. It was really fun. So at this point, you might ask, what's so informal about it? So what is interesting is that the bike rally or parade or march were actually permitted by the state on one condition, that they are to be conducted and promoted in forms of walking and exploring. So people are technically not on the parade. They're not rallying. They're just like happily exploring Hanoi in a form of groups. So what is so important about this though? So one is that parade or march or rally might sound too politically charged compared to walking or exploring. But according to like my informants, there's actually a deeper underlying reason that the state actually can still retain authority to intervene whenever they want. So the state has not really provided clear distinction between parade and exploring or walking, which means that they are the only ones that can actually determine if a certain parade is a walking or parade. Now, what this means is that if the queer parade, this event actually starts embodying something that is not to the state, for example, political messages and these kind of things, the state would actually just intervene and say, you know what, this is not the type of walking, exploring we actually consented to. So we have every right to just stop you. So this strategy sounds very niche, but actually the organizers are very, very concerned about the uncertainty that is actually being set from this kind of a very vague, ambiguous categorizations. So they're trying to make it as like celebratory and politically neutral as possible, by removing kind of political messages they never actually told them to. But I just wanted to actually pinpoint that the state has never actually done any kind of like measures, even though 2021 there have been some signs that are actually vaguely political and social, for as explicit as the ones that you could actually find in Korea. But they were just like saying things like, oh, we actually might need more rights, more changes, like more reforms. But state authorities, like who are present here, are just like okay with it. They're just like, you know what, it's okay, that's normal. So they don't really like utilize this uncertainty in practice so far. So the second type of queer space that I looked into is LGBTQ nighttime establishments. They're actually LGBTQ plus bars and clubs in Hanoi, which is not a lot because, especially comparing that there are at least like 40 in Seoul. So what is interesting about is that according to the bar owners and club owners, their establishments are not authorized, even though they actually followed every step of legal procedures to register their businesses. So the state would never give them like legal permission to actually operate. So now you can actually guess what the state can do. So if like what's happening, they can just always come in and say, you know what, your business is illegal, so we're gonna actually get rid of you. But it never happens at least until now. So the state really doesn't do anything about them. They're actually violating a lot of rules, but the state authorities will be like, you know what, as you can guess, it's fine. So there's actually there's actually like a strict rule with respect to the operating hours and merchandise they can sell, but state authorities would not really actually impose them. So for example, the bars in residential areas have to close at 2 a.m. or midnight, depending on the regions. But the authorities wouldn't actually do anything. And if there's any police report, they would actually just come, and the only thing they do is that, you know what, just close for night and just open tomorrow. That's the only penalty they would actually give them. And the only time they will be actually like really active is when the users of these bars or clubs are actually getting assaulted by the homophobic residents. So there's this bar called R something, I cannot really reveal the name. There was actually a very homophobic, hateful resident living nearby who would actually verbally attack the users of the bar, like just randomly. I know this because you're looking at one of the victims, and the police would actually step in and say like, you crossed the line. We're not going to actually allow you to actually harass these people. And they actually just turn like blind eyes towards the violation of the operation hours and these kind of things. And the bar owners say like, police is pretty okay, they understand us, and so on and so forth. The last type of queer space that I looked into was queer-friendly venues. Those are like they refer to queer inclusive bars or like coffee shops or hotels. Basically like a very inclusive spaces that are not especially catered to queer communities, but they're just really inclusive and non-discriminatory. So it is actually known as Queer Zone. There are actually approximately 50 in Hanoi. And they actually hold lots of like queer-related events, like coffee tasting or beer tasting or workshops. And it's really interesting because this is where young queer communities would actually come to actually fully express themselves. This is where they would actually happily open up and just fully express who they are. So there was a coffee shop near this high school, which I used to go every single day. And there, I would actually come across lots of like gay couples from the high school. And they would actually come, they would hold hands, they would actually talk to other people, they would hug without any apprehension towards the social discriminations. So what is so interesting about is that in spaces, like the queer individuals openly voice their political dissents. They say, oh, you know what, this society is discriminatory, the government needs to change. But this is actually not in a form of very like secret plot or anything, because they invite state officials. So they would actually come and they would actually communicate in genuine ways. And the state officials, upon hearing all these like dissatisfactions, complaints, they would also share their side of the story. And they say like, oh, you know what, we understand. We are actually worried about the social backlash. We are worried about your health concerns, but we really understand. And see how they are really like receptive and supportive, at least in very personal levels. And all these like bans, all these regulations about political dissent, some collective movements that are actually formally banned do not really apply in this case, where state authorities and community members would just like freely communicate. So I'm very conscious of the time, but I just want to like summarize that the logic of informality is actually running deeply in the production of queer space. So they would actually put all these spaces in a legally ambiguous status, which means the state still holds the kill switch to override everything. But they would actually strategically disengage and extend implicit support to individuals. So by doing so, the state actually cultivates a more like a modernized political imagery. But at the same time, they actually show, it might be meager, it might be insignificant, but at least in personal levels, they would actually express their own receptivity and support towards the queer communities. But of course, let us not forget that they still hold the executive privilege to override if they want. So, all in all, I just want to say like queer space in post-social societies actually reflect more like an institutionalized ensemble, which the state authorities and queer communities actually try to like co-produce in experimental ways. So in the end, I'm not trying to like romanticize the situation in Vietnam. It's still, there's like a strong sense of like precarity, uncertainty. We don't know what's gonna happen. But I just want to point out that there is actually a hope when it comes to more progress towards more queer rights and more queer spaces. And the way that the state authorities are trying to actually assist the LGBTQ communities in cultivating more queer space actually points out that they're not just authoritarian, repressive, and controlling, but they're also receptive and supportive to some extent. So thank you so much. That'll be all. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, so let's move on to our final presenters. So Song Park and Ji-young Lee. Song Park is a PhD candidate, and Ji-young Lee is a graduate student in the Department of Social Welfare and in Seoul National University. Okay, so please.
Okay. Oh. Final session, maybe. Yes, I'll present in Korean too. So, 예, 안녕하세요. 저는 사회복지학과 지금 박사 수료로 사회복지학과에 있는 그 박송이라고 하고 저랑 같이 발표하게 된 지영 선생님과 함께 참여하게 되었습니다. 제가 그 한국어에 대한 양해를 부탁드리기 전에 한 가지 더 양해를 부탁드려야 되는데요. 제가 약간의 그 좀 떨림이 있을 거예요. 근데 사실 이게 심리적으로 떨리는 게 아니고요. 그 호르몬 문제가 있어서 약간 떨리는 거니까 그렇다고 좀 이렇게 크리티시즘을 적절히 수준에서 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그러면 저희 한번 발표해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 제로서의 위치를 좀 설명드리는 게 이 연구를 진행하는 데 제목에 앞서서 이해를 그 선이해를 드릴 수 있을 것 같아서 위치를 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 저는 주로 이제 한부모 관련된 연구를 많이 하고 있고요. 특히 한부모 그 관련 좀 당사자 단체에서 한 5년 정도의 활동을 계속 진행을 하고 있습니다. 사실 그래서 2019년에 그 베트남 한부모 이주 여성이 그 저희 한국 안에서 남편한테 가정폭력을 당했음에도 불구하고 이혼을 못하는 사건이 발생했었어요. 그래서 그 부분에 좀 굉장히 사실은 큰 문제가 있다고 느꼈었고, 이에 따라서 그때는 좀 이제 베트남 한부모 이주 여성을 연구를 좀 했었는데, 사실 그 동안에 한국의 그 한부모 이슈의 현안 이슈들이 너무 많아서 사실은 좀 계속 그 베트남 이주에 관련된 그 한부모 이주 여성들을 잘 연구하지는 못했고, 그 제목에서도 보시다시피 The Process of Realizing Welfare Rights라고 하고 있는데 쭉 있는데, 그 Process of Realizing이 이 베트남 한부모 이주 여성뿐만이 아니라 제가 이 운동의 어떤 방향성이나 이런 것들을 사실 가져갈 때 실천의 전략이나 이런 부분에서 어떤 이론적 자원을 가장 사용하는 게 좀 효율적일지 이런 부분도 있어서 연구자로서도 좀 프로세스이다라는 설명을 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 먼저 그럼 목차는 서로, 그다음에 이론적 배경, 그다음에 뭐 세 번째로 케이스 스터디를 하나 했고, 결론을 이제 말씀드릴 건데, 이론에서 보시다시피 좀 그 싱글 케이스라서 저희가 급하게 좀 사실 베트남 한부모 이주 여성을 만난 게 있어가지고 앞에가 조금 더 베트남 한부모 이주 여성이 처한 어떤 사회적 그런 문화적인 제약 쪽에 좀 더 초점을 맞춰서 네, 자료를 준비했다고 보시면 됩니다. 그리고 네, 그러면 전체적으로 한번 설명드리겠습니다. 먼저 그 남편이 없는 한부모, 그러니까 즉 여성이 혼자 아이를 기르면 사실 한국 사회의 한부모 비율은 사실 한 10%에서 지금 6% 정도로 계속 꾸준히 유지되고 있습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 여전히 그 개인들이 일상에서 겪는 어떤 스티그마들이 있는데, 이런 질문들을 보통 한부모들한테 합니다. 남편이 없는 혼자 있는 그러니까 아이를 기른 여성들한테 왜 이혼과 별거 사별을 경험했냐, 아니면 그 누구 잘못이냐, 그리고 어떤 잘못된 행동을 했냐, 이런 질문들이 사실 계속 간다는 거죠. 그래서 그 한부모의 어떤 가족 다양성은 한국 사회에서 계속 충족되었고 보편화되어 있다고 설명을 하고 있지만, 여전히 이들의 개인적 삶에서는 자기가 한부모임을 드러내어야 되는지 아니어야 되는지를 계속 전략적으로 수정하는 방식을 채택하고 있습니다. 그렇지만 사실 이 앞서의 질문들은 사실 근데 이런 기반에서 나오는 거거든요. 그러니까 누구의 심리적인 문제냐, 누가 관계를 잘못했냐, 누가 어떤 정서적인 문제를 잘 관리하지 못했냐, 이거에 대한 계속 끊임없는 의문을 제기하는 건데, 사실 이거는 그 이혼이라는 것은, 그러니까 이혼이나 뭐 별거 사별을 통한 한부모의 과정은 그들의 상황과 지위가 사실 그런 어떤 심리적이고 정서적 관계의 그런 잘못이 아니라 어떤 구조적인 역동을 통해서 사실은 구성되어짐을 의미합니다. 그래서 베트남 한부모 이주 여성의 맥락에서 설명을 하게 되면 먼저 이제 결혼 이주를 선택을 하게 되죠. 그러면 그 결혼 이주를 중개하는 업체와의 그 접촉을 따라서 여기에 오게 되고, 또 한국 사회에서 이것들이 활성화되기 시작하면서 결혼 이주 비자인 F6 비자를 만들게 됩니다. 그리고 이 여성들이 이제 뭐 결혼을 하고 이혼을 하고 이 과정에서 여러 가지 사회 정책들이 작동하고 있기 때문에 이것들은 개인의 어떤 심리 내적인 문제가 아니라 사실 되게 굉장히 사회 정책적으로 구성되어지는 구조적인 메커니즘이라고 설명을 할 수 있습니다. 그러면 이에 앞서서 좀 베트남 한부모 이주 여성의 한국 사회 내 규모를 보기 위해서 통계를 좀 찾아봤는데요. 그 통계청에서의 통계를 보시면 결혼 비율 같은 경우에는 지금 2023년에 19,700명에서 24년에 28,000명으로 한 1,000건 정도가 증가를 합니다. 이렇게 결혼율이 좀 이렇게 유지되듯이 이혼율도 이렇게 꾸준하게 사실은 스테이블한 패턴을 보이고 있는데, 딱 보시면 한 6,100건에서 한 6,000건 정도로 지금 2024년도에 요 정도의 외국인 배우자와의 비율이 되고요. 특히 그 국적별로 좀 그 한국 사회에서 얼마나 그 비율을 차지하고 있냐고 했을 때, 사실 초기에는 좀 중국 여성들이 많았었는데 이제는 그 베트남 여성들이 가장 많아요. 대략 한 32%가 이 결혼을 그 한국 남성들과 하고, 또 이혼율도 대략적으로 아직까지는 중국이 여전히 높지만 대략 28%가 그 이혼을 경험을 하고 있습니다. 그런데 이러한 어떤 안정적인 패턴에도 불구하고 제도적인 이들의 좀 그 인권이나 이런 부분을 보호하는 제도적 노력은 굉장히 불충분합니다. 사실 그 한부모로서의 사회적 지위도 굉장히 낮거든요, 사실. 그런데 이 한부모 이주, 그러니까 한부모 여성이 이주까지 합쳐지면, 그러니까 그 인터섹션이 이루어지면 이런 어떤 취약성들이 굉장히 강화됩니다. 그래서 빈곤이라던가 사회적 고립, 그리고 스티그마, 그 다음에 어떤 노동과 돌봄 노동의 과중이 발생하게 됩니다. 그래서 그들은 좀 이제 어떤 이렇게 과중한 좀 긴장도 있지만 또 삶을 어떻게 하면 이제 그 트레젝토리를 재조정해야 되는 그런 과업에 처하게 됩니다. 그래서 특히 이 과정에서 사실 사회복지 시스템이 굉장히 중요하고, 이 앞서 그 마이그레이션 세션에서 아마 강민주 쌤이 얘기해 준 것처럼 지금 제도들은 굉장히 그 수동적인 대상화를 많이 해요. 그런데 이들을 좀 더 어떤 적극적 주체로서 포섭할 수 있는 좀 그런 고민들을 해야 한다고 생각합니다. 먼저 그 각종 법에 대한 어떤 제약을 보기 전에 저희 그 베트남 한부모 이주 여성, 그러니까 한부모가 되기 전에 그 베트남 이주 여성이 한부모가 되는 과정에서의 그 과업들과 그 다음에 이후에 그들의 삶의 선택이 어떻게 발생되는지를 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 이들이 결혼 이주를 하게 되면 처음부터 국적이 나오는 게 아닙니다. 일단 2년간의 결혼 생활을 유지하셔야 돼요. 그리고 그 인컴 리콰이어먼트가 필요합니다. 그래서 자기 통장에 3천만 원이 찍혀 있는 거를 그 이민청에 보고를 해야 됩니다. 그리고 세 번째로 그 한국의 그런 통합 프로그램이라고 해서 뭐 한국어 능력이라던가 아니면 사회문화 통합 프로그램이라는 킵이라고 하는데 이것을 이제 2년 내에 사실 그 또 충족해야 돼요. 이 세 가지 요건이 충족됐을 때 내셔널리티를 받을 수 있습니다. 좀 그 영주권이 약간 다르지만 거의 비슷한 조건이에요. 그런데 이제 이 이혼이나 사별이나 별거가 이 2년 전에 발생을 하는 거죠. 이벤트로. 그럼 이후에 이들이 사실은 어떤 독립적인 주거도 필요하고 고용도 필요하고 뭐 이렇게 그 아이를 키우지 않든 키우든 어쨌든 돌봄에 대한 노동 과중이나 죄책감 같은 것들이 생깁니다. 그 이혼의 어떤 영향 자체가 굉장히 심리적인 영향을 강력하게 미치고 있고 이때 사실 감정적이거나 아니면 그 신체적 건강이 굉장히 안 좋아져요. 근데 이런 어떤 기반의 이면이 작동하는 데 있어서 이들이 또 어떤 사실 이 사건에 대해서 그럼 대응을 하냐라고 했을 때 경험 연구들을 좀 살펴보면 그러니까 본국에 돌아갈지 아니면 여기서 살지 이런 고민들을 하게 됩니다. 근데 사실 한국 사회도 스티그마가 심하고 그 베트남에도 스티그마가 심하기 때문에 이 결정을 하는 게 굉장히 뭐라고 해야지 하나의 효율적인 방안이 있는 게 아닙니다. 계속 되게 엄청난 고민을 해야 돼요. 그 다음에 그 혼자 한부모로서 이제 살아갈지 아니면 그 다른 새로운 파트너를 만날지 이런 선택을 해야 되고요. 그 다음에 또 새로운 사회계를 맺음으로써 뭐 이주민 아니면 비이주민 단체들하고 교류를 하거나 아니면 이제 그 본국에 있는 초국적 네트워크를 유지하거나 이런 것들을 하면서 삶의 어떤 균형권이나 다시 주도권을 가져오려는 시도를 보입니다. 저희는 이제 이번에 두 번째 이론적 틀은 딜레마였어요. 그러니까 여기서 사실 뭔가 막 그 권리를 획득하기 이런 식으로 표현을 할 수가 없었던 상황입니다. 앞서 말씀드린 여러 가지 발표들에서 그 케이퍼빌리티 문제가 있었기 때문에 저희는 약간 그 딜레마로 좀 이론적 프레임을 잡아보았고 저희 사회복지에서 복지는 사실 그 사람들이 가장 만족하고 행복한 상태를 말합니다. 그래서 이것이 사실 존엄한 삶을 위해서 욕구가 충족되어야 되는 상태인데 저희 사회복지라는 건 사회가 들어가 있잖아요. 그러니까 개인적으로 이것을 충족하는 게 아니라 이 개인이 욕구를 충족하도록 권리 획득이 될 수 있게 사회적 시스템이 마련돼야 된다는 얘기입니다. 그렇다고 치면 이 권리는 개인이 자기 욕구를 충족하기 위해서 어떤 기회나 조건에 접근하게 해줄 수 있는 그런 그 기반으로 작동하게 되는 거죠. 그 웰페어 라이츠에 대한 설명이 사실 그 T.H. 마샬 1950년도 인권을 연구한 학자에 의해서 뭐 공민권, 정치권, 사회권 이렇게 여러 세 가지의 분류를 하고 있는데 그 부분은 좀 이 논의에서는 번외인 것 같아서 저희는 사회권의 개념을 가지고 왔고요. 그러니까 이 사회권의 개념이라는 것은 어쨌든 사회가, 그러니까 국가가 이 모든, 그러니까 이 사회에 사는 어떤 구성원들을 위해서 되게 그 필수적인 서비스를 제공해야 되는 그런 어떤 노력이 필요하다라는 것입니다. 이거는 어떤 교육이나 뭐 건강, 그다음 주거, 그리고 다른 사회적 지원도 똑같습니다. 그런데 이 모든 좀 그 필요한 인권의 개념에도 불구하고 이 모든 측면의 인권의 개념 안에서는 사실 포섭이 될 수 있지만 이 실제적인 실행 자체는 국가 안에서 예산이나 행정의 문제로 인해서 시민권으로 귀결이 됩니다. 그렇게 되면서 이 두 가지의 사실 딜레마가 발생을 합니다. 그러니까 그 복지권의 주체를 정의 내려지는 데 대한 딜레마. 그리고 두 번째는 이 복지권의 실현을 책임져야 되는 주체가 누구인가에 대한 딜레마입니다. 첫 번째 그 딜레마를 자세히 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 저희 사회복지 시스템에서는 그 정책의 실행을 위해서 효율적으로 실행한다는 목적 하에 타겟 파퓰레이션이라는 걸 정해요. 그러니까 이 집단이 이 제도를 가장 많이 이용할 거다. 이렇게 생각을 하는 거죠. 그래서 이런 어떤 타겟 파퓰레이션을 정할 때 이 복지권의 그러니까 사실 그걸 충족이라고 보고 이걸 어떤 국가의 주권의 경계 안에서 그 정의를 내려버립니다. 그렇게 이게 그래서 그 자격 기준이나 책임을 규정하게 돼요. 그런데 그 하틀리 딘 같은 인권학자들은 이거를 사실 지적합니다. 이주민의 복지권에 관련해서 사실 윤리적 문제가 있다는 거죠. 그러니까 이 국가의 주권 안에서 사실은 복지권의 개념을 정의를 내리는데 이 복지권의 그 바운더리라는 게 정말 픽스된 엔터티냐? 이건 오히려 좀 컨스트럭처한 어떤 아르티팩트다. 이런 얘기를 하는 거고 그렇다면 우리가 인권이라는 것을 달성하기 위해서는 그들의 어떤 그 마이그레이션이나 어떤 무브먼트를 통해서 계속 형성되는 이런 주권 경계 이런 것들을 우리가 더 포착해야 되는 거 아니냐라고 지적을 하고 있고요. 특히 그리고 그 저희가 아까 말씀드린 타겟 파퓰레이션에서는 굉장히 적인 집단을 얘기해요. 그래서 아까 한국 사회의 그 다문화 정책이 주로 결혼 이주 정책을 많이 초점화하는데 이런 식으로 뭔가 동질하고 되게 고정된 집단을 규정하고 있어서 이거는 되게 이런 어떤 이주를 통해서 다시 재형성되는 바운더리를 간과하고 문화적 다양성을 무시하게 됩니다. 특히 이건 또 그 세인스버리 복지국가학자가 또 지적하는 부분인데요. 젠더에 대해서도 동일하게 적용이 됩니다. 여성이라면 굉장히 다양한 사실은 액티브 에이전트가 있잖아요. 그런데 되게 어떤 결혼, 출산, 양육 여기에 국한해서 이런 기대의 주권을 충족했을 때만 제도적인 수혜를 받을 수 있다고 규정을 하게 됩니다. 두 번째로는 복지의 이 권리를 실현하는 주체가 누구냐에 따른 딜레마입니다. 사실 주권 실현의 주체는 그 국가뿐만이 아니라 시민사회나 아니면 시장도 함께 움직여야 되는 존재입니다. 그런데 한국 사회에서는 국가가 굉장히 강력한 영향을 합니다. 복지제도를 수행하고 이 인권을 충족한다는 이름하에 이게 그래서 사실 그 이주민의 어떤 영주나 그 사회 접근에 대한 지위에 강력한 영향을 미치는데 문제는 이러한 정책들이 차별적인 아까 되게 많은 사실 차별들이 있었잖아요. 이랬을 때 개인 당사자가 여기에 반대 담론을 얘기하면서 이걸 변화시키는 것은 정말 쉬운 일이 아닙니다. 네, 뒤쪽에서 이것은 아마 결론 쪽에서 제 고민 사항들에 대해 같이 공유해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 그러면 각종 제도적 제약 안에서 저희는 세 가지를 봤는데요. 첫 번째는 그 비자 지위를 좀 봤어요. 그래서 이 도식을 보시면 먼저 이제 결혼 이주를 통해서 들어오게 되는데 그러면 F6-1에 따른 그 결혼 이주 약간 비자, 국적을 취득하기 전에 비자를 받게 돼요. 그러면서 근데 이 중간에 사실은 결혼 해소가 발생을 하는 거죠. 그럼 이제 각종 비자들이 이어지는 건데 거기에 따른 설명과 제약들을 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 일단 F6-1 비자가 굉장히 불안정성한 영주 조건을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 이게 그 국적을 가진 배우자에게 이제 국적을 가진 배우자를 줬을 때 주는 그런 비자인데 이거 1에서 3년 안에 사실 재갱신을 계속해야 됩니다. 이 어떤 결혼 영주에 대한 불안정성을 이미 가지고 있고 또 아까 말씀드린 그 세 가지 충족 요건을 해야 되는 건데 이 세 가지 충족 요건 때문에 이들이 굉장히 고통을 받는데요. 그 3천만 원을 증빙해야 되는데 이 증빙을 할 때 사실은 결혼 출산 양육 을 하다 보니까 밖에 노동시장이나 이런 데서 일을 할 수가 없잖아요. 그런데 그것을 이제 마련을 해야 되다 보니까 그 가족한테 기댈 수밖에 없어요. 그러니까 가족이 사실 3천만 원을 사적 이전해줘서 그것을 증빙해야 되는 거죠. 그런데 그 한국 사회의 이 비협조가 좀 심합니다. 왜냐하면 이렇게 해서 국적을 인정받았을 때 이 여성들이 우리 가정을 이탈해서 다른 데로 도망가면 어떡하지? 이런 의심들을 하기 때문에 이런 3천만 원을 이렇게 주는 데 대해서 굉장히 꺼려합니다. 그리고 두 번째로는 그 킵 아까 그런 사회통합 프로그램이나 그런 걸 받아야 된다고 했잖아요. 근데 그 결혼 출산 양육을 하다 보면 이 언어를 배우거나 이 적응을 하는데 사실 2년이란 기간이 굉장히 짧아요. 그래서 이게 굉장히 사실 어렵고 대부분의 그 베트남 한부모 이주 여성이 그래서 F6 비자를 익스텐션하는 그 과정을 많이 합니다. 그래서 뭐 평균적으로 2.2년 정도가 걸린다라고 얘기를 하고 있는데 사실 그것보다는 좀 더 걸릴 거라고 예상을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 좀 조건들 때문에 이 여성들이 여기 영주하는 게 어렵고, 그다음 두 번째로 이제 결혼이 해소되었을 때 두 가지 비자로 그 이민청에서는 대상화를 하는데 F6-2에 따르면 차일드 레어링 비자라고 해서 국적이 있는 했을 때만 여기서 영주를 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 이때 그 아이에 대해서는 복지제도의 그 수혜를 좀 받을 수 있지만 이 여성이 직접적으로 받기는 쉽지가 않아요. 그래서 이 복지제도가 굉장히 제한적으로 접근되어 있고 또 특히 이 사람들, 그러니까 이 국적을 가진 배우자의 아이가 성인이 되었을 때는 F250 제도로, 그러니까 F215 제도로 바뀌는데 이 복지제도를 받을 수 없습니다. 네, 이런 문제가 있고요. 그다음에 F63 비자가 있는데 이거는 이제 가족 해소 비자예요. 그러니까 아이를 기르지 않았을 때 이혼했을 때 받을 수 있는 비자죠. 그런데 이 경우에도 어떻게 여기에 한국에 영주할 수 있는 조건이 만들어지냐면 이민청에 이 배우자가 정말 중대한 과실이 있어서 내가 이혼을 선택할 수밖에 없었다. 내가 별거를 선택할 수밖에 없었다. 이걸 증명해야 됩니다. 근데 사실 이때 많은 여성들이 여기서 굉장히 결혼 해소를 하기가 어려워집니다. 왜냐하면 그렇게 하려면 변호사도 이렇게 선임을 해야 되고 법적인 어떤 절차도 만나야 되는데 이게 사실 어렵고 제가 뒤쪽에 설명드릴 사례도 그거에 굉장히 적용되는 사례였습니다. 그래서 이렇게 뭔가 이런 대상화된 제도적 지위에 따라서 이들은 좀 사각지대에 계속 머물게 되면서 있고요. 그리고 아까 말씀드린 그 사태 2019년에 전남 영암에서 그 가정폭력 사건이 이루어졌을 때도 굉장히 극심한 폭력에도 결국 이혼을 선택하지 못하셨어요. 그래서 그런 좀 인권 침해적인 상황들이 계속 발생하고 있다라는 걸 말씀드립니다. 네, 두 번째로 사실 중요한 거는 빈곤 정책입니다. 한국 사회에서 한부모는 굉장히 사실 빈곤한 집단이거든요. 그런데 우리나라의 빈곤 정책이 아까 말씀해 주신 대로 발전주의 복지 국가에서 만들어진 제도예요. 그러다 보니까 어떤 가정들을 가지고 있냐면 다 일을 해서 돈을 벌어. 이런 가정을 가지고 있습니다. 그러니까 일을 하지 않아서 돈을 버는 거는 되게 극심하게 어떤 엄청난 빈곤이 처했을 때 그거를 국가가 보완해 주겠다라고 얘기를 하고 있어요. 그래서 조금 제가 법 비교를 써놓긴 했는데 61년도에 비해 97년도가 좀 개선되긴 했지만 여전히 그 주요 근본 원칙은 their utmost efforts예요. 그러니까 가장 엄청난 노력을 해야 돼요. 자기의 자활을 위해서. 그리고 replenish라고 하고 있거든요. 그러니까 국가는 보충할 거다. 이거에 대해서 이 얘기를 하고 있는 거고 그다음에 아티클 3조 2항을 보시면 저희는 부양 의무자 조건이라고 하는데 여기서는 배우자가 먼저 지원을 하고 그다음 국가가 그다음이라고 하는 조항의 규정입니다. 그래서 이거는 3조 1항 같은 경우는 개인의 에이전시를 너무 강조하는 거 아닌가라는 좀 비판을 하고 있는 거고요. 이거는 특히 국가가 그런 책임성을 좀 회피하려고 하는 법 규정으로서 작동하고 있는 거 아닌가라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 아티클 3조 2항의 경우에도 국가가 해야 할 책임을 어떤 배우자한테 넘겨버림으로써 시장이나 가족한테 이런 책임들을 회피하려는 좀 시도 아닌가라고 비판을 하려고 합니다. 그다음에 이제 사실 세 번째로 2005년도에 외국인의 특례 조항이 만들어집니다. 그래서 이제 이주민들이 많아지다 보니까 이런 특례 조항들이 많이 만들어지는데 여전히 이 빈곤제도를 받으려면 세 가지 요건들을 충족을 해야 됩니다. 세 가지는 아니고 이 각각의 OR 조건이긴 하지만 어쨌든 트래디셔널 젠더로를 이렇게 수행하셔야 돼요. 그러니까 예를 들어서 임신을 하시거나, 그러니까 국적에 있는 배우자의 아이를 임신하거나, 아니면 뭔가 그 아이를 기르거나, 아니면 이제 시부모를 같이 살거나 아니면 거기에 따라 생계를 기여하거나 그건 하에서만 이 한국 사회에 머물 수 있습니다. 그리고 이건 모두 다 외국인 등록이 되어 있어야만 받을 수 있는 제도입니다. 그래서 저는 이게 세 가지의 차별이 있다고 생각을 합니다. 첫 번째는 이민자로서의 지위에 따른 차별입니다. 그러니까 빈곤이라는 것은 굉장히 극심한 사실 상황이고 인권적으로 모두 다 해소하기 위해서 접근을 해야 되는데 국가의 재정이나 어떤 예산의 문제로 사실 이민자에 대해서 제도를 하고 있는 거죠. 그다음 두 번째로는 성별에 대한 차별입니다. 그러니까 트래디셔널 젠더 롤을 해야 하기 때문에 이것은 젠더에 대한 차별이 있습니다. 세 번째로는 저는 이건 가족 상황에 대한 차별이라고도 생각합니다. 한부모로서의 가족은 사실 되게 그 안에서도 그러니까 여성으로서 그 삶을 선택하고 이런 것들이 쉽지 않은데 여기에 따라서 이미 한부모 같은 경우에도 아이를 기르거나 이런 조항들을 계속 넣어놔요. 그래서 이런 것들이 사실 세 가지의 차별 근거로 작동하고 있다고 생각합니다. 세 번째로 이제 빈곤 정책이 아니라 조금 빈곤에서 약간 벗어난 여성과 가족의 일반 정책들도 만들어졌었어요. 그래서 89년도에 근데 여전히 이건 되게 잔여적이고 그런 정책으로 작동을 하고 있는데 이 모성보호법 같은 경우에도 이 여성을 어떻게 사실 얘기하고 있냐면 마더인데요. 이 엄마라는 조건이 그러니까 배우자가 자기를 부양하지 않는 엄마 아니면 뭐 근로 능력이 없어서 자기가 자기를 부양할 수 없는 엄마. 이런 식으로 사실 되게 자녀적인 입장으로 보고 있어요. 그러니까 트래디셔널 젠더 롤에서 벗어난 사람들을 엄마로서 보고 있고, 이거는 명백히 그 이성애적인 가부장 가족 구조 하에서 제도 설계가 되어 있다라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 또 특히 이 복지 시스템 자체가 여전히 그 좀 되게 차별적이라는 겁니다. 이 여성에 대해서. 그래서 네, 그런 게 있고요. 그 다음에 이 89년도에 그 자녀적인 법에 대한 문제가 다들 이렇게 사회적인 담론이 모여서 법을 개정하게 돼요. 이게 이제 2004년에 만들어진 건강가정기본법이라고 해서 가족에 대한 기본법이 만들어지는데, 사실 이때부터 좀 이슈가 많았습니다. 그러니까 healthy family 뭐 이렇게 표현을 하는데요. 그러니까 이 healthy라는 게 대체 뭐냐? 그러니까 어떤 게 건강하고 어떤 게 건강하지 않은 거냐? 라고 얘기를 했지만 여전히 좀 정상가족 그 이데올로기 규범 하에서 계속 작동을 하고 있고요. 그럼 여기 아티클, 그러니까 구조에서 사실 되게 차별을 얘기하고 있는데, 이 어떤 얘기를 하고 있냐면 모든 가족 구성원은 가족 해체를 막아야 된다라고 얘기를 법조항을 만들고 있어서, 이러한 프레임은 그러니까 한부모 가족 자체를 되게 어떤 사회 문제시하고 이들을 좀 소수자화하는 거 아닌가라는 좀 비판을 할 수 있습니다. 네, 두 번째로 이제 그 2007년에 가족 다양성을 얘기하면서 사실 한부모 가족 지원법이라는 게 생기기는 하는데요. 여전히 그 자녀적인 접근법 유지하고 있다고 보이는 게, 이 제도의 수혜를 받으려면 그 기준 중위 소득이 52% 이하여야 돼요. 근데 아까 앞서 말씀드린 그 빈곤법은 50% 이하거든요. 근데 이거 사실 한부모 가족 기본법이면 그것보다는 더 자녀적이지 않게 올려야 되는데 여전히 52% 안에서 유지를 하게 되어 있고, 특히 이 법도 만 18세 미만의 자녀들을 길렀을 때, 그러니까 legal custody가 있을 때만 받을 수 있는 입니다. 그래서 여기서 이거의 기준을 충족하지 못하면 그 가족법에서도 그 지원을 받지 못하고 빈곤법에서 제도적 지원을 받지 못합니다. 저희가 좀 급하게 만나가지고 사실은 되게 여러 가지 고민들이 많이 들고 이분을 좀 만났었는데, 그러니까 제가 한부모를 항상 연구를 할 때마다 어려운 지점은 그들의 이혼 상황을 드러내는 걸 정말 힘들어해요. 그게 그 스티그마라는 것도 다 알고 사실 되게 그렇지만, 이게 굉장히 마이크로 어그레션이 너무 심하기 때문에 이들이 되게 그거를 드러내는 걸 싫어하고, 이 경우에도 저는 사실 이분을 한 2년간 봐왔지만 제가 이혼 상태를 안다는 것에 대해서 말하지 않았었어요. 근데 사실 이렇게 해서 경계를 뚫고 들어갔을 때 이분이 굉장히 싫어하셨거든요. 그래서 이게 되게 실무자의 좀, 그러니까 제가 생각했을 땐 조금 더 뭔가 폭력적인 면도 저도 있다고 생각을 하고, 어떻게 하면은 뒤쪽에서 말씀드렸지만 좀 평화롭게 이런 연구들을 진행할 수 있을지 이런 고민이 있습니다. 그래서 이 응유엔 씨 같은 경우에는 그 나트랑에서 오신 분이었는데 연령이 한 38세였고 한국에 온 지 13년 됐고 이혼하신 지 6년 정도 됐었어요. 그런데 그 2년 전에 이혼을 하신 거죠. 재판 이혼을 하셔가지고 한국 국적을 취득하지 못했었습니다. 그래서 굉장히 불안정한 사실 지위를 유지하고 있었고, 베트남에서 자녀들도 2명을 데려고 왔고 한국에서도 자녀를 2명 낳았기 때문에 굉장히 불안정성이 있는 좀 상태로 계속 유지를 하고 계셨고, 건강 상태가 많이 안 좋으셨어요. 지금 좀 항암 치료 이런 걸 받고 계셔가지고 그런 상황인데, 이분한테 제가 이제 이런 제도를 받아야 되지 않냐라고 했을 때 사실 이거를 왜 받아야 되는지조차 인지를 하지 못하셨어요. 그러니까 이걸 내가 왜 받아야 되냐, 그리고 뭐 이거는 뭐 내가 뭐 할머니 할아버지처럼 몸이 아픈 것도 아닌데 왜 이거를 받아야 되냐, 이렇게 인식을 하고 있으셨고, 그 베트남에서의 제도적 경험이 좀 중요하게 영향을 미칠 것 같아서 왜 그러냐고 했을 때 베트남에서는 그런 제도 자체를 받아본 경험이 별로 없으신 거예요. 그래서 이거를 받아야 된다라는 인식 자체를 좀 못하고 계셨고요. 그리고 그 right to have rights를 통해서 저는 가족을 정치화하는 좀 그런 쪽의 운동을 많이 하고 싶어 하는 사람인데, 그러면 당사자들이 좀 모여서 사실 목소리를 내야 되는데, 그럼 모일래? 라고 했을 때 나한테 이득도 안 되고 우리는 우리끼리 모여봤자 이득이 안 된다, 이렇게 얘기를 하시고 사실 인터뷰가 종료가 됐었습니다. 그래서 이론적 프레임워크를 제가 명확하게 좀 하나로 규정하기가 되게 어려웠던 게, 좀 사례의 어떤 성찰성이나 사실 그거를 어떻게 하면 좀 전략적으로 연대적으로 가져갈 수 있을까 들이 있었기 때문에 학술적으로 사실 개념 규정을 하기 전에 좀 현장을 어떻게 사실 접촉하고 만나야 되는지에 대한 좀 고민을 오늘 나눠보고 싶었습니다. 네, 그다음에 그러면 결론입니다. 먼저 사실 이건 좀 답은 없는 얘기지만 베트남 한부모 이주 여성이 과연 복지제도를 받을 수 있는가에서는 이런 어떤 리버 패러독스가 계속 작동을 해요. 그러니까 특히 뭐 이런 거죠. 이주민이 비이주민과 같은 사회적인 권리를 누려야 되냐? 이런 질문들을 하는 거죠. 근데 사실은 이런 아까 하틀리 딘이 얘기한 대로 이 국가의 주권 자체가 사실은 그러니까 artifact construct잖아요. 그러니까 이렇기 때문에 이 부분에 대해서 좀 생각을 해야 되고, 이 반인종주의 학자였던 솔로모스 같은 경우에는 이런 주장, 그러니까 리버럴 패러독스를 계속 제기하는 게 오히려 공적 펀드에 접근을 못하게 하려는 시도 아니냐, 이렇게까지 지적을 하기도 합니다. 그리고 이제 영국에서의 어떤 좀 제도적 실험이 있었는데, 그 이민청의 정책과 그 복지제도를 좀 분리하는 접근도 이루어지긴 하거든요. 그래서 한국 사회도 좀 그런 것들을 적극적으로 좀 제도적 실험을 해봐야 되는 거 아닌가, 이런 고민이 있습니다. 그다음 두 번째로는 비자지위가 계속 이 한부모 이주 여성에 대한 어떤 대상화, 패시브 오브젝트 파일을 해놓고 나서 이 비자로 계속 이들을 규정하려는 시도를 보이고 있는데, 조금 더 이들의 에이전시를 반영해서 그들의 생애 과정을 좀 반영하는 비자를 만들었으면 좋겠다, 이런 생각을 하고 있고, 네, 이런 부분이 좀 있다고 생각합니다. 그다음 마지막으로는 저희가 계속 얘기하는 것도 여전히 딜레마긴 하지만 정치적 운동은 굉장히 필요하다라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 오늘 좀 많은 사실 이야기를 들으면서 어떻게 하면 실천 전략을 짜나갈지, 아니면 이들을 어떻게 조직화할지, 또 어떻게 접근할지, 이런 부분 좀 고민을 많이 하게 되는 세션인데, 계속 이런 고민이 드는 거죠. 그러니까 계속 역량 문제가 얘기가 되고, 이 사람들 계몽해야 된다고 얘기하고 있지만, 과연 그게 정말 평화로운 방식인가, 이런 고민들은 계속 생깁니다. 그리고 그들이 정말 인파워먼트가 되어야 되는 존재인가, 그들이 진짜 할 수 있는가, 이런 의문은 계속 고민되는 것 같습니다. 그래서 여기에 제가 이제 그 현장에서 경험했던 여러 가지 챌린지들이 있는데, 첫 번째는 그러니까 너무 삶의 무게가 과중합니다. 특히 뭐 돌봄이나 뭐 빈곤이나 고용이나 뭐 이런 부분들을 해소해야 되기 때문에, 이런 사람들한테 과연 정치적 조직화나 이런 어떤 옹호의 역할까지 과연 맡겨야 되는가, 이런 사실, 그러니까 버든데이 인파워먼트에 이런 고민들이 많이 들고요. 그다음에 두 번째로는 아까 여러분들이 많이 말씀해 주셨지만, 이런 정치적 문제를 관심 있는 사람들은 굉장히 소수예요. 당사자 단체에서도. 사실 당사자 단체들은 그 행정이나 어떤 인력상의 문제로 재정을 확보하거나 아니면 그 회원들을 끌어들이기 위해서 그러니까 물품을 분배하는 데 초점을 두고 있어요. 그러다 보니까 사실 정치적인 이슈를 제기한다는 건 굉장히 장기적인 그림에서 그 소셜 러닝이 많이 기반으로 작동해야 되는 작업인데, 이것들이 사실 되지가 않고 있습니다. 그리고 세 번째로 제가 이제 말씀드리고 싶은 키 챌린지가 하나는, 그러니까 개인적인 삶에선 주체성을 많이 보이세요. 그리고 이 주체성을 무시할 생각이 있는 건 아니에요. 뭐 노동자로서 되게 능숙해진다든지, 아니면 돌봄자가 된다든지, 뭐 능숙한 돌봄자가 된다든지, 아니면 초국적인 네트워크를 유지한다든지, 영어를 뭐 열심히 하려고 한다든지, 한국어를 열심히 배우려고 한다든지. 근데 여전히 이게 개인적 삶에서는 주체적이지만 과연 이게 집단적인 정치적 목소리인가, 여전히 이거는 그들의 에이전시는 좀 비주민 중심적이고 시장 중심적이고, 사실은 되게 전통적인 가족주의적인 역할을 계속 지향하고 있는 에이전시다라고, 네, 좀 한계를 지적합니다. 저희 연구는 여기까지고요. 저희 연구의 한계는 일단 제가 좀 급하게 해가지고 동남아시아랑 베트남 맥락을 좀 많이 사실은 반영을 하질 못했어요. 그래서 이분들 좀 많이 만나면서 인터뷰도 해보고, 사실 국제비교 연구들도 좀 살펴보면서 이런 내용들을 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요. 그다음에 여전히 아까 계속 말씀드린 대로 참여자를 어떻게 모집하냐, 그러니까 이걸 드러내고 싶어하지 않은 참여자의 삶의 경계를 막 연구자가 연구락에서 뚫고 들어가는 게 맞냐라고 했을 때, 이런 부분들을 좀 윤리적으로 되게 고민해야겠다라고 생각을 하고, 이것의 균형점을 맞추기 위해서 좀 노력을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 네, 제 발표는 여기까지입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, everyone. So now we are ready for the discussion. So please come up, all the presenters to the floor.
Shall I start? Well, first off, I just want to thank the organizers for such a fantastically run event. You did such a great job. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to read these three fantastic papers. I learned a lot. I want to start off with just a few very general comments. Just in terms of my own research and background, I have written on Vietnam, human rights, gender and sexuality issues. But I'm going to speak a little bit as an author and as an editor. I think that reading all of your papers, as well as many of the papers today, I noticed that there is this framing in terms of research question, hypothesis, discussion, literature review. But as an editor, we want to know what your argument is. What's the point of this paper? And can you summarize it in a sentence at the very beginning so that we know exactly what we're getting into? And in fact, in the US, the trend is to summarize it in 2 words. And we used a lot of these words today: hidden transcripts, moral economy. I heard Brenda Yo mention unfree, Russell Perenya's new concept, right? Care chain is another concept that we use. How can you take your ideas and distill it down to a sentence, and even just 2 words that can provocatively tell us what you are trying to get at? And this will help you also think about what conversation you want to be part of. So I noticed that all 3 papers had incredibly rich data that can take you in multiple directions. And these papers took me in multiple directions. And I think once you start to think about where you want to publish your work, because we're transitioning from these research projects at the master's or the doctoral level and moving it to, I want to present it to a larger audience. What audience do you want to target? So find the journal, look at a few articles in that journal, see who they cite, see what conversations they are part of, and then think of how you're going to interject with your data. Now, that's the second thing I want to bring up in terms of methodology. I think all 3 of you brought to the table some very interesting data. I'm just curious a little bit about your methods. Also, I brought this up earlier. How did you protect the people that you spoke with? I know Song-hee was very concerned about ensuring that you're not kind of doubly violating the rights of the people that you work with. I think that given that you have all this data, what I would love to see is the data. You know, even if I have written and researched on Vietnam for 10 years, and if I say, you're wrong, I disagree, but you show me where in your interviews I may have been mistaken, that is the power of the research that you do. You bring to the table these interviews and this fieldwork that some of us have never done or will never do, right? And lastly, I just want to talk about organization, and then I'll go into each individual paper. I think start off with an intro that has a catchy or interesting story, and then very quickly jump into your argument. I would say think about the 3 main points you want to make to substantiate that argument, and then in your conclusion, summarize what you said, repeat your argument, maybe give us something hopeful. I notice sometimes people like to end on limitations. You gave me this wonderful paper, and then you end on, and this is where I messed up, right? Or this is what's missing. So I would say don't focus too much on the limitations. Focus more on what you've done, what's so great about it, and what is hopeful. Okay, now let me go into the 3 different papers. The first paper is Kyung-min Kim's paper on the flower market. I really enjoyed reading this article or this piece. I'm just wondering, are you thinking of publishing this as an article? If so, where? I noticed that your argument was very kind of broad. You say, I argue, however, that the relentless currents of globalization and neoliberalism generate hybrid spaces through which diverse boundaries traverse, not only at the borders between nations, but also within nations across specific areas, regions, and locations. It is precisely this point that this paper seeks to explore. I would like to kind of push you to sharpen that and then bring in, I know when we chatted earlier, you mentioned you want to talk about gender. I didn't really see gender in your argument here. Just to go through some of the other points, you started off with Doi Moi. Doi Moi happened 86, so that was 30 years ago. I'm wondering if we can kind of bring your conversation to the present and look at and engage in some more contemporary arguments and debates. And I kind of sent you some references just because personally I'm interested in political institutions, and I'll address Jung Hak's your very hopeful view of the Vietnamese government. I'm actually quite critical of the Vietnamese government. And I think that some of the papers that I sent you were about how do you protest in a space where you don't have a lot of political rights. Right? And so that was my bias, but I'm just, when you frame it, I think engaging in some of the contemporary discussions on democratization, rights, in the workplace. I mentioned a few theoretical frames I saw that you could play with. The Law and Society framework. There you can kind of just unpack what are rights and how would you define it in the context of the Vietnamese democracy, particularly as it pertains to this specific community of women flower sellers. I think if you start to focus your argument, then you can make sharper points. Right? I think you mentioned you want to talk about gender. I didn't really see gender in your framework. So you might want to kind of focus on the gender roles, where they come from. I mean, we talked about, is this something that is Confucian? Is something that was erased with socialism? And you did talk about sociology deals with bigger issues of globalization. How is the global political economy transforming gender roles? These are some of the questions that you would ask there. Let me just jump to a few other points. I think you spent 1.5 years in Vietnam. 1 year and 2 months. So I would have loved to learn more about that process of how you situate yourself, your own kind of identity as a South Korean woman in Vietnam, the challenges that you faced. I know that you mentioned that you studied it in China, so you're like, oh, Vietnam is a breath of fresh air compared to China. These are some of the observations that I think would have made your paper even more interesting, your observations even more unique. So I think in terms of the methodology, that could have been clear. I had a few specific points. So I studied Vietnamese for a few years, but I only learned formal Vietnamese, and corruption is, you say that the people that you spoke to called it làm luật, like making the law, but the formal word is tham nhũng, or bribery is hối lộ. So I'm just wondering, maybe in your own description of these terms, if you can tell us, were these their own words? Is this something that is, there was another word that you brought up, it was like luật lá. Is it like it was like leaf law is what it literally translates into. So leaf is like it just flies away. I mean, I'm just wondering if you could unpack that a little bit more to show the depth of your analysis, because you're actually even playing with words here that I think you could bring in more. I was writing this piece on decolonizing social theory, and I was trying to bring in Ho Chi Minh as a potential social theorist. It was challenging, but he is brought up as like a thinker in terms of morality. And you mentioned moral community. Now, is this a play on the moral economy, or is this something that came from your interviews? These are some of the types of questions that I'd be interested in. And I think this was consistent with a lot of the papers today. James Scott was brought up a lot, right? E.P. Thompson, sometimes Politics from Below. But these are kind of 50 years old, right? So I'm wondering, how can we bring these frameworks forward. Okay, so that was my comments for you, and we can talk more about it if you're interested. Jung Hak's paper I found really fascinating because I'm also researching and writing on LGBT rights in Vietnam, but I'm a little bit more critical of the state. I think you see more collaboration, I see more oppression, right? And that's okay. But I would love to see the data that you that inspired you to think this way, because then it would change my perspective, right? I think that in terms of my own bias, I do see Vietnam as somewhat semi-authoritarian and scary, and the laws are harsh. And so from that perspective, I guess my question is, would this kind of collaboration between the state and NGOs, is that one of opportunity or is that one of repression, right? And you say it's a little bit of both. So maybe you should talk about how it is more opportunity than repression, because at the end of the day, the state can take away those rights. I see Vietnam a little bit like Thailand, in that Vietnam was using political rights as a way to pinkwash or to say that we are developing, we are modern. They were the chair of the Human Rights Council at one point, and so they wanted to show that they were in step with the West. But at the same time, as you mentioned, within families and within society, it's not as tolerant as the laws suggest. I think that queerness is often associated with Western ideology. And in Southeast Asia, we've already seen this as kind of a quote-unquote proxy war that has been raised in the region, and that's how conservatives like to attack LGBT rights. And in this case, you even showed a picture of the American Club supporting gay pride. So does that stir up any kind of animosity when Vietnam was a literal battleground between East and Western ideologies? I'm curious also about the rise of China and how that's changing things, especially with Trump and the withdrawal of USAID and a lot of foreign US funds into some of these projects. Okay, I have two other comments. One, and I noticed this across Southeast Asia, queer spaces tend to be a space for the socioeconomic elite that are urban and educated. And I'm wondering if that is something that you saw. I'm also curious about the older versus younger organizers. In my own research, I found that the older organizers tend to be a little bit more politically antagonistic towards the state. Maybe that's why I'm so anti-Vietnam. And the younger are much more social and much more in terms of community. I'm also curious about the differences between the L's and the G's and the B's and the T's, whether or not you saw any differences there. And in terms of the queerness, Vietnam has such an amazing lexicon of like, what is gay? Pede, omoi, right? And these words that were like slurs in the past are now being used to kind of describe themselves and how kind of justify that. Okay, my last point. In terms of, in many of the countries in Southeast Asia, religion tends to be one of the major pressures on LGBT rights. But religion is, to a certain extent, persecuted by the Vietnamese government. Another pressure on LGBT rights is culture. But socialism, as a law and society scholar, socialism is supposed to be seen as the epitome of modernity, and we erase the past and we bring in the future. So how does the role of a strong state play a role in protecting rights or taking away those rights and placing a check on what we're seeing throughout the region, which is political backlash, or we were seeing so many positive developments in terms of LGBT rights, and now we're swinging in the opposite direction. Okay, last paper, Song-Yi Park and Ji-Young Lee. I thought this was a fantastic paper, incredibly rich. I think your arguments are very well taken, and you have a lot of directions to go. But currently the paper reads more like a policy background paper, and I'm just I'm going to give you some comments on how to sharpen it as a article for a social science journal, or as a law review article, if you want to kind of target how the law is not working. And I can walk you through some of the ways that you can prepare your paper that way. The first thing is, I think that what could really help is sometimes you take for granted that not all of us are familiar with the context of South Korean law. So perhaps talking about where these laws come from, what are some of the cultural influences that emerge, what are some of the biases that were embedded in the law that they try to repeal and correct for in subsequent versions of the law, because you actually compared some of these laws and how they've evolved. I'm also curious where the tension lies. Is it that the laws are not working because they are old and the issues that we're dealing with are new? Or is it because these are new laws that are poorly implemented or interpreted using kind of biased interpretations of the law? And those biases, are they gender or are they cultural? You talk a lot about a lot of laws. I think if you were to sharpen this paper, I would say choose the one law that is the prevailing law. If you want to talk about the other laws, it can be subsumed under this one law that you want to criticize, because you're talking about like various aspects of the legal system, and it becomes very overwhelming. You did mention your methodology and that you were able to interview the one case. I think that just it always is challenging at the very beginning, but through the snowball method, I think hopefully you'll be able to make friends through some of these other contexts. I know Kyun Min said that she also interviewed Vietnamese mothers and or Vietnamese wives in Korea, and maybe she can give you some advice as well. But I think in terms of your methodology, you might want to just choose one that's more participatory, like ethnography, participant observation, and then from there, if you maybe volunteer at one of these NGOs, you can meet people through there. I think sometimes you'd be surprised how many people want to talk to you and share their experiences, simply because they're, as long as you don't try to organize them and have them stage a protest, I think that that's a little bit more, people are a little nervous about that. But if you just kind of want to learn more about their situation, I think that's the first step. I know other scholars also tend to pay with vouchers, grocery vouchers or transport vouchers, as another way to entice people to interact with you, to engage with you. I just have two specific points on your paper. On page 8, this is just an example of where I think you tend to make arguments and criticize the law, but I'm just curious, like, well, what is your alternative, right? So you mentioned in a capitalist society, should individuals be required to fully maximize their assets and labor capacity simply to maintain and improve their standard of living? Such a provision risks placing excessive demands on individual agency, et cetera. But you know, this isn't a point where it's like you're saying something that I completely agree with, but I'm just wondering, where is your intervention and how would you, what would your proposal be? I did see on page 11 that there was this sentence where you said, this clearly constitutes discrimination on 3 levels: discrimination against migrants because of the National Basic Living Security System, discrimination against gender, and discrimination against family. I think this could be a good way to organize your paper, instead of kind of walking us through so many different parts of your legal system, foregrounding that this is a paper about discrimination, a discrimination against migrant mothers. And going back to how you would sharpen your points, you could say, The title of your paper could be Discriminating Protections or Persecuting Migrant Mothers or something that kind of highlights that discriminatory aspect of the law. But overall, I think you had incredibly well-researched arguments. It seems more like a law review article at this point, but I think once you do some interviews, you might be able to substantiate your arguments more. But there was one last point that you mentioned that I didn't see in the paper, which is about political empowerment. And I think political empowerment can take place in many different ways. Just having these women speak with you, that's a brave act of them trying to say, yeah, I didn't agree with how things worked out. And so instead of focusing on organizing them to assert their rights, I think the work that we do as scholars is to reveal injustices, and that in itself is already kind of good enough. Well, those are my comments, and yeah.
Sorry, because I have to make an announcement because we have to wrap up all the discussion in 6 minutes. Yeah, because we have limited budget, so we have to finish on time. Otherwise, we have to pay extra. So sorry about that. And then we can discuss later in the dinner. So I appreciate your advice and comments, and I will focus, of course, more on the gender aspects. Actually, I have lots of many histories to tell. That's the very important part. And then so I want to, because we also had a conversation about my own research, so I just want to give more opportunity to other 3 presenters. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I was like preparing answers, and then the I don't know what to say and what to just skip. But I thank you so much for like very constructive comments. Like it was really helpful. I just want to point out that as you mentioned, there's a very like a complex dynamic, like interplay between opportunity and oppressions, and that's exactly what I'm actually trying to say. Is because like, Vietnam actually it's a pragmatic strategy leveraged by the state of Vietnam to actually offer both opportunity and a avenue for oppression. So it's the way they actually maintain like political legitimacy and the political hierarchy, but at the same time, actually also seek for more progress. And of course, as Youngmin mentioned, I think we can actually talk about it more. And a very valid point on the difference between the L and G and B and T in terms of their experiences. And I also have to dig deeper into the cultural backgrounds of Vietnam. But I just want to mention that the idea of queerness or queer citizenship is actually also embedded in cultural Vietnam's cultural backgrounds, I would say. So it's not entirely from the West, but there are some ideas and values created within the Vietnam society. So I'll definitely look more deeper into this matter. Thank you so much.
코멘트도 한국어로 좀 하겠습니다. 네. 양해해 주셔서 감사합니다. 먼저 레딕스 교수님이 해주신 대로 제가 많은 조언들을 주시고 사실 그 부분에까지 약간 어떻게 더 이것을 좀 스페시파이 하는 데 몰두를 해야 될 것 같기는 한데 일단은 조금 더 여성분들 좀 더 만나서 라포 형성이나 어떤 삶을 핀 조명으로 쌌을 때 그들의 인권의 좀 개선을 가장 만들어낼 수 있을지를 좀 초점화해야 될 것 같아서 일단은 법을 전체적으로 검토했지만 아무래도 제가 지금 예상적으로 생각하면은 이민청이 아마 비자 제도가 가장 큰 이슈일 것 같아서 그 부분을 좀 그래도 다뤄야 되지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있고 말씀해 주신 대로 다양한 영역들에 대해서는 제가 이제 방법론적으로나 이런 것들을 좀 포함하려고 하고 사실 마지막에 해주신 코멘트가 대안을 어떻게 만들어갈 것이냐라고 했을 때 전 연구자로서의 사실 지위와 이치가 굉장히 사실 중요하다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이게 연구를 해서 사실 뭔가 교수가 되고 연구자가 되고 이런 것도 중요하지만 좀 연구 활동가로서의 좀 지향을 계속 잃지 않아야겠다라는 생각을 계속 하고 있고 이거를 어떻게 하면 좀 조직화하고 사실 그 국가적인 제도적 지위가 아니라 어떤 대한 경제적인 공통체라던가 이런 부분들을 좀 활성화할 수 있을지를 지금 아직은 박사 과정 중이라 많이 하고 있지는 못하지만 계속 단체를 다니면서 계속 저 혼자 많이 이렇게 주장을 하고 있고요. 네, 이런 부분에서 계속 좀 그 가시적으로 바로 보이지는 않는 대안이겠지만 계속 좀 우리가 그래도 그런 제도적인 상상력을 좀 계속 만들어갈 수 있는데 좀 네, 노력을 하고자 합니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the last session. And yeah, we have no time, so I'll just end it quickly too. Your receiver, please return it after when you leave the hall. And for the dinner, we only can accept the people who reserve through the online application. So if you have not reserved from the document, then I don't think you can come to the dinner. And dinner will be taking place in the Charisha, so we have to go together by there too.
We already made a reservation, so those who registered the dinner. Should we declare the end first? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know where I wrote my speech. Oh yeah, it's here. So on behalf of the organizer, thank you once again for being with us today. So I wish you all pleasant evening. And with that, I officially close our symposium. Thank you.